but everyone has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it! What?
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has a call. Stop it.
Hey, guess what? It seems like it was just an hour ago that we have just witnessed another VALORANT Challengers Malaysia-Singapore Split 1. But this time, it's me, yours truly, Xeno Viper, joined with me by FaZe once again. And this is day 2, by the way. Today, we got more games.
Definitely got a lot of good games here today, and there's a potential tiebreaker going on. It's just everything comes down to this last weekend.
Yeah.
Because after this, it's going to be straight to the playoffs. So these teams, they have to fight out whatever willpower, whatever strats they got to bring out to just try to get the W over the opposing team for sure.
Correct. We haven't talked too much about the potential of tiebreakers, but since the series is probably coming to a close now before playoffs, and man, oh man, you do not want to be in relegation if you're part of that. So, I don't know, man, like since you casted the games yesterday with Yoli, and I'm saying so, I think some of them went down pretty tough, pretty rough.
Ooh, it was a long night yesterday.
It was a long
we had OTs, we had 293 curses. You know, it was just insane. But I think that's just the Leonard curse. You know, that's the YOLO Lee curse. That's what we like to call him around here in the studio.
By the way, curses are real. Please do not doubt them because there's been way too many unfolding before our very eyes here. But
I was not a believer of this 9-3 curse until yesterday. But it is what it is. We'll see how it goes. But, you know, maybe it's not just a curse. Maybe it's just the enemy team, you know, mentally gathering their strats and just being better and pushing through with determination. No such thing as a curse.
I can follow that. But you know what? You know, it's so late in the weeks during the leagues, but if you still don't know how the format works, guys, we're just going to show you once again.
Greetings, challengers! So good to have you joining us once again for another year of VCT Malaysia Singapore. 2023 marks the first installation of the split system, namely Split 1 and Split 2. Each split will primarily consist of a Challengers Qualifier, Challengers League, and Challengers Playoff. Now, let's jump into the breakdown. Split 1 will start off with the Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 4 teams via a double elimination bracket who will proceed to the Challengers League. They will be seeded with the 4 directly invited teams, Bleed Esports, Enigma Gaming, Toda, and X10 Esports to compete in a round-robin format. The 6 teams with the highest placements at the end of the league will move on to the Challengers Playoff as well as qualifying for Split 2's Challengers League, whereas the bottom 2 teams will be up for relegation. In the Challengers Playoff, teams will play a double elimination bracket for that sweet chunk of 25,000 USD. Now, let's head into Split 2. Similarly with Split 1, there will be a Challengers Qualifier to obtain the top 2 teams. The 2 teams from Split 2 Challengers Qualifier will join the bottom 2 teams from Split 1 Challengers League to battle it out in the relegation promotion bracket. It will be a 4 teams GSL bracket whereby the top 2 teams will be promoted to Split 2 Challengers League, joining the other 6 teams from Split 1. In the Challengers League, these 8 teams will once again engage in a round-robin table in order to obtain the top 6 teams who will move on to Split 2's playoff. The top 6 teams will now go through a double elimination bracket where the winner gets a direct invite to the Pacific Ascension Tournament. In this phase of the tournament, the top teams from the other Pacific domestic leagues will compete against one another for a slot in the international leagues.
That's too much information to take in, but you know what? Just to sum it all up, this is you want to get into playoffs here to stand a chance to win that 25,000 USD prize pool between the top 6 here. And after that, they also get the chance to make their way in towards Split number 2. And once you actually win Split 2, you have the chance to make it into the Ascension League.
That's
So
right.
that is just the main goal. For now, we need these teams to make their way into playoffs.
Well, top 6 is a direct seed into Split 2, right? So that way, at least you know what you're going to do for the second half of the year, sort of. Well, Split 2 is like still the first half, I think. I'm not sure. I don't really have the dates yet, but it just means that you have stuff to do for Valorant in the Malaysia-Singapore region. And I just think that the competition has never been higher. Like I mean, you have done VCT Malaysia-Singapore since 2021, and you know how the competition was that back then. Everyone was evolving, agents change, map preferences, and lineups. You know what I'm saying? So it's amazing to see how we evolve throughout these 2+ years, even 3 years right now. So I think anyone who's on this top 8 right now is literally deserving to be there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just watching these teams play, it's not just these ranked try-hard teams who just go in and kill each other, you know. It's actually proper strats. There's those executions, and it's just beautiful stuff here from all these teams. But nonetheless, here we can see the current standings at this very moment. Just for today, we got Enigma on top alongside Bleed Esports, 5 wins and 1 losses. Down below here towards the second half, we got X10, LVR, Kizuna, Toda, Heiakiniku, and Team PAF. So currently there's that 3-way tiebreaker, Kizuna, Toda, and Heiakiniku. It's 2-4 here for these 3 teams, and they really need to kind of just step up and win whatever they can within the next, today and tomorrow.
Well, we have potential predictions, but we won't exactly lay it out just yet because we need to see the future games unfold for the remaining 2 days of these final leagues, right?
Yep.
But one thing is that we will actually explain a little bit on how the tiebreakers work. But for now, you just got to know that in contention for that, it will be Yakiniku, Todak, and Kizuna.
Yes.
So that means the top 4, that's Louvre, X10, Bleed, and Enigma, they are confirmed for Split 2 and also for playoffs.
Yeah, definitely. They're chilling up there. If they win or they lose today, it does not matter. But this is just kind of how to explain this whole tiebreaker decision thing. So basically, when there's 2 teams up against the likes of each other, it depends on the series that they've had against each other. Who won that series, then they will be on top. But the fact that there are potentially 3 teams,
3-way,
you know, so we're not just going to look at the head-to-head. That doesn't make it. We're going to get rid of the head-to-head matchup. We're going to look at the map difference, the most map wins, round difference, most round wins. You know, there's all these different kind of things we're going to put into this the decision.
God bless. We need to, still kind of get clear about the format of the tournament itself. And I guarantee you there are people who are still in the blue. But here now we got to rack your brains on the tiebreakers. But that is only if it comes down to that. Now, looking at the teams that have already played, 6 games against each other mostly, right? So they need to play 2 more teams to make it a perfect 8. And that way they would have fought every single one. So that's where we're, by the end of day 4, we will just go through the standings, and if there's any ties, which hopefully is not a 3-way tie, then it will be easy to have a tiebreaker because we just look at the head-to-head matchup. But once we have more than 1 tiebreaker happening, we got to go through this list of 1 to 5.
I just feel bad for production at this point. They got to get back there and look into the calculator and just go through all the books, and man, it's going to be tough. But you know what? It's all down to them, and it's all down to these last 2 remaining days. It's definitely going to be fun-filled and a lot of drama because we don't know who's going to be the bottom 2. We got PAF at the bottom. I don't think there's a chance for them to make their way back up to the top.
That's just so sad.
It is sad.
They came far, if anything.
Indeed.
I'm sure they're proud of their journey.
I'm proud of their journey. It's a new team. I'm sure we all are. And for them to step their foot in towards the MYSG, at least to Split 1, that's how they all start. LVR was there. Bleed was there. Paper Rex was here, but now they're internationally. So it all starts from here.
Okay, so with those teams that we were mentioned as out of the way, now these are the players in the teams itself that you should be aware of in terms of ACS, all right? I know Valorant is a game. It's measured by many other metrics that's not just ACS, but there's a reason why they are the forerunners, right? Not only that they create space, but sometimes they get in and get out unscathed. So I know DZ is just nuts on that. He always gets 2-3 kills sometimes without dying. Zen is in contention for that. Like the ACS is not too far apart for that, the average. Crazy Guy is just clutches, so I don't really mind him being on 3rd place, right? And then Toggle and Juicy just following up for that. So what do you think?
I think this is a pretty scary list. You put all these 5 guys together in a team, and they just run it down towards B, Rush B. You know, you're gonna have a big, a tough time.
Rush B.
But I love the fact that Crazy Guy is here. You know, he's just incredible. He's from Vietnam, so it's a bit weird that it's not really a familiar face for us. You know, but yeah, with that 1.9 KDA, that's massive.
That is the highest KD.
Yeah.
We talk about that, right? So and then also he has the highest like headshot percentage. Up to, I think like 29.2.
That's crazy.
So I think that kind of depends on like how poised you were. He's not the same as Scary. I don't know if you watch Scary's games, but you said the list was scary. But there ain't no Scary
There's
up
no
there.
Scary
I
in
think
there.
he deserves to be up there somewhat too, right? But amazing stuff. That's what we've seen just the past 2 days about Bleed. I mean, they've still been performing, only dropping 1 game, and that's why they're strong. But we've also seen Todak, that was yesterday, already dropped a complete series against Enigma, and now they're going against LVR.
Yeah, definitely. They were looking pretty strong yesterday, but you know, up against the likes of Enigma, with the fact that they've just got so much experience under the belt and they're just incredibly strong aimers, it just did not work out here their way. But this time around, they're up against the likes of LVR. I don't know. I cannot really put my finger on this because LVR is just such an incredibly talented team. You know, they're out here to play for fun, but they make it look like they've been practicing for so damn long.
Yeah,
You know?
I know. I agree. The brand has been so established. Like, why not just keep taking it up to another level?
Yeah.
Let people notice you and be like, what is the Louvre actually doing in Malaysia, Singapore? That belongs in France. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, jokes aside, we are actually comparing 2 teams that haven't had the hardest. Oh, sorry, they had one of the hardest times in VCL. Oh, sorry, the Challengers League. MYSG Split 1 just because of the level of teams that they're going up against. So look at Toda, and you see that they themselves have gone through multiple roster reshuffles, right? And I think that this is their strongest variant.
Yeah, so far I love the setup that they have now, especially when they've got in the new coach, which is Dan. He's the brother of actually Haikal, who used to be a player for Toda. So he's definitely got some experience under his belt. But with this team here, Aduka coming back from the South Asian org, he's just added some extreme firepower. Not only do they have Frosties and Jeed, adding in Aduka to this firepower list is just incredible. So I feel like they work really well. And Dan's coming up with the strats where they're super aggressive, even on the defending side. It makes them so enjoyable to watch and a very scary team to go up against.
No, I agree. They've been performing out their minds, even though they didn't manage to secure series sometimes. But when I look at their gameplay in the game, individual rounds, they amaze me.
It's fun, yeah.
So here we are now. It's the Louvre, the current variant, of course, with some of them that has been remaining for a while, namely being like Redco and some of the others right there. So you know that he was also ex-coach, right? For the Indonesia team. I think that's Alter Ego. And then Shinsei, a new joiner. He's been, I think I would like to term him as a loose cannon because he can be very powerful at times, but maybe lose control. But that is actually a good and bad thing for the team itself, because that way that you can take certain risk when necessary and come out on top. But let's not forget that Redco being like the mastermind behind a lot of the strats that they have to call out, because he is the IGL after all, right? Sometimes I see it like unfold on a macro vision, even though maybe they don't win the rounds, but I see the idea that they're going for.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's all down to what's going on in the IGL's heads, the calls, and it's just been fantastic here from LVR. But here we go, the head-to-heads, the 2 duelists, Frosties and Shinsei. I mean, you've seen these guys go ham. You know, we've seen them go aggressive, and they've hit some shots. I love watching Frosties, especially when he's on those either Rays or Neon or Jet. You know, the agents with the abilities that they can move.
The abilities
to move, to get that movement, you know, to just dash away or fly here, fly there.
Okay. So here's the thing about Frosties, right? A lot of people actually tend to forget that he was part of the first deviations of Team Uwu that eventually became Lead Esports, you know what I'm saying? So that was the variant of Uwu that took rounds away from Paper X. You know what I'm saying? So him as an addition in it, I feel like when Aduka takes the backseat as the Sentinel, it kind of complements the lineup a bit, because Aduka is naturally sharp. Maybe just need some setup for him that doesn't need to rely on his teammates. So they perform usually very well on Ascent. but sometimes people tend to be aware of that and actually ban off Ascent. And I do have map statistics, but that would depend on what they're going for right now because we are going into the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the fact that we can't really rely on the stats here for the maps because they've always been reshuffling so many different kind of players. So when a new player like Aduka comes back into the roster, when Kale comes in to replace, it's just they have to work on a new kind of strat. So there's always some crazy wild card coming up with these guys. So I never look at stats when it comes to Toda because we just don't know. These previous stats with the maps doesn't matter at this point. But LVR coming in hot with a split pick here for the first map.
Okay.
Not what I expected, honestly.
Nothing too funky like what we've seen in lock-ins where people went straight up Pearl, Fracture, and then Lotus. I'm like, what is going on, please?
Everyone's like,
calm down for a bit. But we actually do have a Lotus coming in, and this will be my first cast of Lotus.
Okay, it's pretty fun, especially when the first time I casted Lotus was actually with Toda as well. They were up against Kizuna, and they won the round. They won that game as well. It was tough, but Kizuna, they were able to kind of bring it back. I think it was 13-10-ish. But, Toda, they show that they've done their map homework, their research, and they have the setups towards Rubble. And moving on, we actually have Ascent here coming in for the Decider map, which I think will probably favor LVR here. They got a pretty massive win rate there.
Okay, looking at LVR, their win rate for Ascent is actually 65%, which is ridiculously high for its case. But that's only if we get to Ascent. Though.
They've won, they've played it, what, 30 plus, 35, 38 times? So that's a massive, that's a big stat. 65% after playing 30 plus games, just insane. So it's very, very dangerous. If Toda does not take them down in the first two maps, moving on towards Split, if there is that third map, I think LVR should have the upper hand here.
Okay, but I'm actually kind of portraying the full three maps, I think. It might actually not be a 2-0. I think Todak and LVR has what it takes to go against each other head-to-head to bring it to a home stretch. You know what I'm saying? But as mentioned already, these are two teams that hasn't been doing fairly well, and they are just kind of struggling to stay afloat. But afloat nonetheless, you do only need to be top 6 to move forward, right? Yeah. So this is, by the way, heavily dependent if Todak wins the series, because if Todak wins the series, I heard, there will not be a tiebreaker.
There's a possibility of it not being there.
Possibility.
It's there, but the rest of the team, because we still have Kizuna playing later on today. Oh, what if Kizuna were to win as well? And then tomorrow, what if Yakiniku were to win? So there's that potential to be there. It depends if either one of those three teams win and the other two loses, then the tiebreaker is just up to the last two. But I don't know, it's crazy. There's just a lot to work in, and we cannot really say until the end of today and the end of tomorrow. But this is the agent lineups here for the first map on towards Split, and I like the fact that they've got the double controllers here for both these two teams.
That has been almost prevalent most of the time, where Viper has seen some resurgence back in Split as a secondary controller with a primary smoke. I kind of prefer this a lot compared to the double initiator, although I'm still trying to phase away from that. But it does heavily depend on your team's playstyle. I know some teams can still get away with two duelists. Speaking of LVR, they are going double duelists and double controllers. So they're actually giving away no sentinels, no flank watchers, and their defense, it's going to be a lot of trouble considering that Split has kind of changed a little bit to kind of favor the attackers, just a bit. Not a lot though.
Just a little bit, but the fact that there's no sentinel is going to be fairly interesting. I wonder how their defense is going to be. Maybe there's going to be that certain anchor who's just really just waiting out for those flanks, but it's tough when you have a map like Split and you don't have a sentinel. There's vents that you have to worry about, that they can split towards that A site when they're going towards A. You got that place up towards that B site, the heaven there. So there's just a lot of lurking possibilities for Aduka, who's the main sentinel, who's always lurking around the maps.
Yeah, no, I just worried because
Aduka this time around though, he's moving on to the towards the Viper. Actually,
on to the Viper. Wait, so
both teams do not actually have a sentinel.
You're kind of right.
Yeah,
double initiator for Toda and double duelist for Louvre. Is there something that we're missing here? Is that like
they're creating something?
Are sentinels actually not meta? You're seeing it here first with a very, very big question mark.
Indeed, and this is it. Start of the first series. Toda versus LVR. Man, LVR going to be starting off on towards the defense, and it looks like Toda just starting off with a very default play, a very aggressive play actually towards middle as Bryce takes down Frosties with ease with a classic. My goodness.
Everyone kind of knows that mid is the game to try to take that, and unfortunately, just LVR is lying in wait. And just because of that, they have to kind of relegate 2 sewers maybe, even though there is orbs already being placed out on A for the Cloudburst. Did I say Cloudburst? I'm sorry. Poison Cloud.
Poison Cloud.
Which we do hear being popped.
Indeed. This is just here for the side of Toda to assist them in maybe going for the cross or maybe allowing them to make their way in towards side here. That's going to be the aftershock towards elbow. Shinsei trying to go for the hero play, trying to get 1 or 2 members before going down, and Aduka and Kale will just be able to clear that site. And it's a 3 versus 3.
That was a 1 versus 2 trade on site you mentioned, but that will only mean that it is equalized, right? So what do they have for this retake? They have double smokes. 1 cloud was already thrown out there for Sube, who is being blocked so far. I think that would be Kyle's own smoke, right? Sorry, that should be Bryce's own smoke, but it doesn't matter.
Oh, what a position there by Kyle, but he's only good for 1, instantly getting traded out, but the rest of the team from Toda just wraps around towards spawn and gets the last 3 remaining players with ease, and that's Toda winning out the first round right there.
Doesn't matter if they lost, who's his face? They lost Frosties early on, right? But that actually showed them that there were 2 people playing out on male. And signals that maybe just A was cleared. They made the right move. They pushed in. Redco and was it Shinsei got unaware. So you can see like Todak, the way they improve is that like they know how to follow through with the plans most of the time these days. And they were not only to do that, they can actually even hold it.
Yeah,
so there's just multiple objectives that they've improved holding on that. But if you're LVR as well, you know that they were very, very, very rough. So I'm all for them to kind of take this series here, but still too early. Only 1 round here.
Definitely. They've got the single sheriff here in the hands of Shinsei. They have a bit of an idea that Aduka is around the corner. He's instantly just going to fall back and try get these a bit of a safer fight, especially since he's just got the ghost in his hands. Up against the likes of a classic, you know, it's a bit of like a, what, 60-40 kind of play, but in the meantime, you can already see B Heaven Control in the hands of Toda. They're going for this wrap, but they're just coming in like a freaking beast. But look at Redco coming in from behind with a classic. A free gun to just take down 3 players in the perfect timing to go for that flank.
That's absolutely timing diff right there. So with the weaponry, Kale might look to try to save this now. Shinsei makes it easy 1 on Kale now. And mind you, this is a bye round. Although Aduka may look to make some statements. He is, however, very low.
They brought in a single sheriff. And look how it's gone. Aduka is able to take down Shinsei. And there we go. Bryce, I think a little bit too early there on the trigger. He gave away his position. And Aduka was just able to react accordingly. It was a 2-0, but man, that was a little bit too...
I would say it's expensive.
Too close. It was very expensive.
100% expensive for Toda. And if you are LVR, you will take this W.
Yeah.
Because that is straight up 4 men gone, potentially no rifles, and LVR will probably spiral this. If they take 2 rounds in a row, Toda in a huge financial deficit.
Oh man, I mean, just look at the bonus. I wouldn't even call this a bonus here from Toda. They had to buy up 4 rifles. Every single member with those light shields. It's not looking too great. But nonetheless, Redco was just so great in coming in for that flank. He just found the perfect timing. Picking up 3 frags as well. He's just a couple more points here towards his ultimate.
Let's see here though. Aduka has some buys for the next potential round. But the ultimate is the one that will decide it. But here we go now. Frosty, the run and gun is 100% real. Although he is committed in Vents and decides to head back out. They only
love that setup.
Yeah, LVR only lost 1 considering that that is their, I mean, that's their wall. Where's the wall placed? It's only up at mid, right? So they still do have the maxi factor here in which where Shinsei looking to might just make something happen here. He gets 2, get out. That would be the biggest play right now for LVR.
Oh, he just does not look the right way. He has a little bit of assistance from the side of Redco. Beautiful flash, but it's not going to be enough as Frosties and the gang make their way in towards A. I mean, it's free real estate at this point. 2 players, they had the right idea to probably look for the information, but it just backfired. The timing was just off just by a little bit.
Not even. That's the new patch. You know, that little lever right there, when you walk across, that's that 50-50 he has to place, and Shinsei lost that. They were full flash too. Were they full flash? I don't remember.
At least 2 members were fully flashed. So
yeah.
they had that availability, but the fact that there's that ledge, you know, you don't know whether to go for the headshot angle or the higher headshot angle is just tough to kind of make the decision within that split second. But that's a save there coming in from LVR. They brought in these rifles, and they're just going to keep them here for the next round. And that's a massive, massive W there from Toda, since they lost 4 members in the previous round.
And now all 5 remain.
It's a
All
flawless one
5.
here. It's fantastic.
Well, talk a little bit about Reverie. He hasn't actually played a duelist in this entire split 1. So this is actually his first duelist, I believe.
Okay, he's got a little bit of duelist blood inside of him.
Yeah, he's usually on the initiator, I think. 16 so far played. Occasionally on a brim, but I think his role is the initiator, not really a flex. But
Here.
I just want to see how this double duelist really works out here. Because right now it's still mostly in experimental stages. Split just came back. You know, Lotus in the fray. That guy, you know, they need to really, really buck it up.
Yeah,
because there's only 2 days left in the league.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to try to, you know, move from the initiator role to for the main part of the split.
Yeah.
Until the end, in the last few days, you move on towards the raise. You know, not sure whether or not this team has been practicing on split that often, but it might be a good sign or a bad sign. You know, maybe Reveries might be insane, or he might be a little bit rusty.
I mean, you talk about lineup switch-ups. I don't know if you understand what Louvre brought to X10 the recent days. They went 3 smokers on a set.
Oh,
okay.
what in the hell?
So yeah, maybe a new smoker. I don't know, Redco is trying to debut something, but let's just see how this works out. Because right now, Toda is up 3
my
and
goodness.
Frosty is already in. You know, he ain't on that Neon, but he's equally scary on the Jet.
He makes the shorty look like a sheriff sometimes, man. He just one-taps everybody with close range so perfectly. I always try to imitate Frosty's, you know, playing Jet, but I can never pull off the same kind of thing. It's my movement, I
You
think.
can't say one shot with shorties, it doesn't feel right. It's more like a one pump. But you know what's not a
That's
one
true.
pump? It was that double kill from Aduka, straight up into that smoke, making the low 4. I don't want to say Todak is running away with this, but they are pretty much on that head start.
Yeah, they're looking super strong. I mean, the fact that they're winning most of these gunfights, Duka has not even died. He's been able to just take down every single fight he encounters. He's got the Viper Spit to work with as well, and they're looking to make their way towards A at this very moment. Starting it off with a default play towards middle. They've got Frosties once again alongside Sube with the breach, so they might be taking control of vents or mailroom like they did previously to try and just thin down the numbers here from LVR.
But it's a very early wall, right, being placed by Aduka. It will show that maybe there's 2 people up there, but look at Todak. They are so split, switching up their ammos every single time. Even though they do say split, defend the favorite, but if your team is able to communicate well and coordinate especially, that's going to be insane. But sometimes I do feel an Astra on this map a little bit better compared to an Omen, depending on the playstyle. And the Astra does have a lot of synergy with the likes of Snakebites, you know, even the Concuss. You don't have a raise on Todak though, that is the X factor, because it's really hard to play this map without a raise. But they're working. It's working out.
They're making it work, man. Dogs have come out, the Seekers have come out to get the information halfway here throughout this round. Kind of still playing it very slowly here. Both teams super passive. We had Shinsei kind of pushing up with the operator early on and towards A main, but as soon as he does not spot any contact, he just instantly falls back for a passive play. And this is why in lock-in, in Brazil, we actually see this wall
30 seconds
every
left.
single time on split. They're always bringing in the double controllers just because they need this Viper to put that wall up here so they can cross towards ramp, cross towards A main, and it just gives them so much map control. But look at Bryce. I love the positioning here from him. Shinsei in towards the side, gets a beautiful shot there on towards the Duka. It's not going to be enough. Sube alongside
10
Frosty
seconds
Z's. They
left.
get the trades. They get the numbers back here. But oh no!
It's a
Look at
trap.
the push from Redco. He ran out of bullets. Sube just had no bullets left. He had to reload there.
Despite all of that, like, the patience from Todak to really bring it out in the end. It just happens that Shinsei was on site, gets 1 kill with the operator, and by the way, he's already retrieved that back. So that is 1 round for LVR to take. I think Toda read something a little wrong there, despite them having like a man advantage. Did they have a man advantage?
It was a 3v3.
Oh, it was 3v3, right?
But LVR, they just came in so quickly with that retake.
I have a question though, because like Aduka does have the Viper speed. He could have committed to that, knowing that there was a buy round as well.
Yeah, so I think Shinsei with that operator to take out Aduka first.
Oh
was
wait, it
just
was first. Okay,
such
okay.
a massive massive frag, but look at this, my goodness. Frosties was actually able to take down one with that shorty somehow, just dashing in towards that A site, and instantly, in a matter of seconds, 5v3 on towards that A site.
Oh, the switch up is so devastating from Toda. It's just always like LVR's game to either just play retake or being able to take out at least 2 first before they start feeling comfortable.
Yeah, they were just not ready for it at all, huh?
Nah, never.
They had the operator in Shinsei. He wanted to go for a little bit of a cheeky peek, but just as soon as the barriers came down.
Was this Frosty's operator? No, he picked it up from Shinsei.
Yeah.
So
he came in hot with a shorty. He makes a shorty look like a budge.
literally.
A judge, sorry.
Correct. You just pump them, man. It's just absolute stonkers. How can 150 creds net you a weapon that costs 4,500?
Exactly.
All good. That's 1 in 5. I don't want to say we're blitzing through this series pretty fast, but LVR's got to find some grounding. They are very, very close to impactful ults. Bryce is 1 away from Viper's Pit. Not sure if Shinsei does have to play Storm just yet. Any Seekers? No.
Seekers was used a couple of rounds ago. Oh, actually the previous round before this one, but look at this. Frosty's jumping in, getting that frag on towards Redco, and just beautiful stuff. There was nothing Shinsei could do to react.
Yep.
Instantly traded out. Wow,
Reverie is not being enabled right now. I'm not exactly sure how the team's going to work out with him because they are playing defense first, right?
He's been playing towards that mailroom position in towards B,
Yeah.
and Toda has been hitting mainly that A site. So he hasn't really had much action. This time around, he chooses to play towards A, and the rest of Toda making their way towards B. He's not looking at any action.
This is just my unrated stories. Like, I'm playing a side, they are completely on the opposite side of the map. Not even mid, just saying.
Here.
But in this case, he has to start to put some numbers because I have not seen the Rays being any form of impact at all. Not to discount Reverie in any sort of way, but he's just never been in the team fights to show himself, you know what I'm saying?
I think that's the thing, that you've got these two duelists on the side of LVR. You expect it to be aggressive during the defense, you know. Nade towards market, push up towards middle, get that mid control, but this time around, Toda has just really been able to suppress the defense here from LVR. They made their way in towards vents now, so Shinsei, he's got the blades out. This could definitely do some magic, but the fault line comes in at the perfect timing. He doesn't get hit by it. He takes down 2. He will get traded out here. Vital likes of Sube, but instantly.
Is that value? I think there is.
It's a massive value, actually.
Because right now, they can play out this timer just a bit because, as mentioned, Bryce can just be patient.
I don't know if he... I don't know if he expects these 2 players to be here, though.
There we go.
Okay.
That's the wraparound I was talking about. After taking on 2, that's where they know they have all the space in the world to try to go and look out for Todak. You said that they need to push out, right, as aggressors. They do, but they can't do that without any picks whatsoever. So I'm not sure if you want to say they got to get lucky or they just got to, you know, force Todak in unfavored situations to get bad trades. That's LVR's main plan right now. As defense, double duelist, it is very, very hard. Plus, you don't have a sentinel.
So you just have no idea. Aduko made his way in towards mailroom. He was already in towards spawn. Seeing B was clear, so that's why Sube decided to wrap around. But they just had no idea. Aduko didn't have the information that 2 players pushed up in towards B main. There's no sentinel there. There's no tripwire or killjoy alarm bot to help assist you with that information. So they kind of just gambled it. Off the fact that LVR has been playing super passive in the past few rounds.
Welcome to VALORANT. This is a certified gambling game. I am not condoning anything of that sort, but the chances, though, on this map, you gotta just get lucky. And in which right now, Todak has always been kind of forcing A. At least 5
my goodness.
5 out of 8 times.
God.
Frosty, this is what I'm talking about. He opens up. It's so good. And Kaz got his back. This is not even crosses at this point. Just these double peaks, getting these objectives. And finally, the Viper Pit falls. And this is a buy round for LVR. They are already at a man at disadvantage.
Yeah, then they're looking to save already. The operator on the hands of Shinsei. You know, at this point, if they don't come towards you, they make their way in towards the other side. What, 60-70% of the time, you want to go for the save because what can you do bringing in an operator for a retake?
It's weird because they do actually have creds for next round too. So they may need to supplement their teammates for a bit. And if they drop this round to Todak, 2 to 6 is still kind of respectable for them to make this comeback. They just need to reconvene.
Yeah, it's still very early on here in towards this game. We can't tell just yet. You know, LVR, this is their map pick. But they might have some tricks up their sleeves here when it comes to the attacking side, especially since there's no Sentinel here. I'm sure they'll try to find a hole for one of these players to lurk in.
Well, Bryce, my man, as everyone knows, especially on Twitter, man needs to cook, right? So someone bring in the recipe, that's all. The team needs to bring the heat, and he's the pot. He's the chef. Whereas on Todak's side, they are the fish. So LVR should be ready for some meals of some sort, unless Toda will turn the chef on his own head. That's what they say. You are what you eat, right?
That is true. He might be the fish bait.
They might be the bait, yeah. The bait for LVR to take. And Kai came out, maybe on top, but it's too late. Oh, damn. Come here, Rap God.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go here. We still full buy rounds for both teams. Equally on the same playing field, if anything. But Toda especially, I keep saying this word, they're disciplined. But it's not any understatement, right? You can see them collectively. Their movements are great. Their baits are fine. And their timing is usually perfect, And now in this case, the spike, you can see, is not towards A. They're thinking of that B push, but it can easily be a mail room to B heaven, I guess. Considering that, depending on who gets a pick first right now, because Reverie is very, very out in the open.
Yeah, they've got the Cosmic Divide here. They've got the fault line to work with. Sorry, not the fault line, the Rolling Thunder to work with as well. So it's just going to be a perfect execution on towards that B side. However, they always have... Oh my goodness, the Rolling Thunder instantly popped here. Frosty's making his way in towards heaven. Already just in front of him is Reverie, down to 50 HP because of that Poison Cloud. And they just switch places?
My God, this is just Among Us, man. That's all I'm saying. Like I said, it's a mid to B heaven, and it is. And LVR is lying in wait for that. Now if only Frosty's left alive. He's made magic happen. But you're going to need a sorcerer to actually make this work. He's going to get rid of that operator for sure, knowing it's an extra value to LVR. And he's firing a couple of shots. So, Todak, not looking strong for this one at least. And they will concede one round to LVR after a long while.
Massive defense there. Reverie, it was a bit of a hide and go seek there in towards that B heaven. But down below, in towards that B side, they just had Bryce and Maxi holding it down like beasts. Just being able to spray every single player that comes out of that B main position with ease. Especially since Bryce had the setup, that Poison Cloud towards B main.
That was really good. The Rolling Thunder got completely zero value of any sort. As you can see, the level of smokes definitely hindered them from pushing in. You know what, guys? It is confirmed. Smokes are just better flashes. All right? This is confirmed.
Here.
You're just blind inside the smoke, outside the smoke. You don't know what's... It's crazy, but this time around, you see a little bit of aggression from the side of LVR. And the thing is, with Toda, every single round, whenever they're starting on the attacking side, they always have to play default. They don't have the Sentinel to watch who's pushing where. So there's always one player just watching they flank. As soon as they've made up their decision or have gained enough map control towards middle, then they'll decide where to go.
They kind of want to rinse and repeat the previous round, knowing that they somehow got there but never managed to finish it. Just the Caster's Curse thingy, I said that they were coordinated to finish, and then in the end, they kind of just stumbled a little bit. Not to say fall.
They had all the right ideas, but LVR just came in with some massive shots.
Might be a full stand right now. Yeah, where Maxi threw out that Paranoia to get the TP up. I don't know if they heard him, but I'm sure that some of the Paranoia never actually connected. But they got to check here. He was playing the anti-flash. The anti-flash that never came. So Frosty actually do diligence to check that. And they are in once again. 5v4 right now, even though Frosty already a double.
The anti-flash, but the dog came in and said the Prowler from Fade. Just fantastic stuff. A great way of entry. I like the idea that Maxi was trying to pull off, but it just did not work here for him. Aduka will be able to find the third kill here in towards his side. And as soon as that Cosmic Divide came up, it's just incredibly difficult for LVR to stop the push.
The save
from Toda. Yeah.
Has to happen again.
Has to. There's no way. Money is slightly down here, but they can definitely rebuy. But
yeah,
I guess they don't want to give away these free ultimate orbs, or losing these two rifles now might be a problem in the future.
You see Toda kind of poised and ready for the after plant. I was kind of waiting for the Todak tower. We've seen that happen a couple of times. It is amazing.
The tower?
So they were like, I think this happened on Bind once. They were like 3 against 1, right? So there's one person standing behind and then 2 in front. It forms like a triangle.
Oh my.
It's an actual triangle. It's a Todak tower, okay? But 3-7, this is kind of still pulling forward the 4-point deficit that Todak wants to try as hard as they can to keep that up because LVR can turn that around anytime they want to. But knowing for split statistics, you know already Todak has already played this map. Not sure if LVR has one under their belt. I'm gonna check that real quick.
All right, you do that, but
Yeah,
now
go
the
ahead.
round has started.
Go ahead.
Now chilling in towards the last final few rounds of this half. So far, Toda has been looking so strong, so methodical with the way they play. And Shinsei, he's been trying to make plays, trying to find opening picks across the map here, but he's just never been able to hit anything. This time around, he's making his way towards middle, instantly flashed out, dashes away.
Ooh, okay.
A single flash. Okay, I was just gonna say one flash used a lot of utility here from the side of LVR, but the haunt came. Sorry, not the haunt.
Well, Todak equally used the level of utilities, right? That was
Exactly.
aftershocks, that was a grenade. Sorry, paint shells.
My goodness.
Important ults being used up just to try to scout out where Todak is. You know they were still pretty split at one point, but they are about to see a full send up at A. The almost Prowler, oh my god. The nerf Prowler almost spotted one. And it is in again. Very explosive. This time Bryce playing on site. He has a cross.
Wow.
Frosty once again dips him out.
Oh my goodness, just the utilities. The way Frosty
Spike
plays with his
down
smoke,
A.
he's just like Stewie 2K, the smoke criminal.
30 seconds left.
But man, just difficult to really deal with. Okay, a bit ambitious there from Kyle to trying to get the fight. But look at this retake. So beautiful. Reverie made his way on top of that side, but just was only good for one.
Man,
It's-
the double pick coming in from main was actually doing so much work, right?
Yeah.
And now Maxi fired his
Oh
shot.
my
His
goodness.
cover is blown. Now they will make their way to side, if anything at
Oh
all.
my
And caught
goodness.
Maxi with his pants down. Gun not out.
Sube, who was, you can see him in the
Last
X-ray,
round
just
in the
lurking
half.
down, crouching, making his way inside that cloud, moving out towards the right side, and Maxi just did not expect it at all. He spotted Aduka, who was deep in towards A main, so he just did not expect Sube to be there. So just perfect positioning, a great reposition from Sube to close things out here in that one. And this is the last round of the half, 8-3.
So the MVP for that round is actually Aduka's Poison Cloud.
It
Because
is.
that enables Sube to actually creep into the side like that.
All the smokes, the
What
cloud
the-
burst. Beautiful stuff. And aggression now straight in towards A ramp. So dangerous, man. Shinsei does have the operator just around the corner. He's not spotted, so he's able to find a pick here on towards Kyle. Bryce does take down Frosties as well, who had an operator in his hands. Okay. Not exactly what you want to bring here as a frontliner, but we take those.
Okay, this is really good for LVR now. Could potentially try to close this as a 4-8. They do have a showstopper in which I have not seen Reverie use.
Oh.
We hear about that, right? So cast us, by the way. We just need to trigger it. We are the players. This is just zoning at best. Because I don't think the showstopper is going to find anything.
It's a lot of information already being given from the side of Reverie's showstopper. They know for a fact no one's really close A main, but look at Aduka. He's just chilling. He's lurking there, trying to keep the rotations, keep the players at bay towards his A site. Reverie's just playing in towards A ramp alongside Bryce, who is in towards vents. Aduka will find that opening, and that just shows that's going to keep the members here while the rest of Toda making their way in
30
towards
seconds
vents.
left.
Oh, they want to go for a wrap here.
Oh, you
But do they realize that Bryce is just down below?
Bryce is here to rise, and he finds one at least, and he
my
finds
God.
the second, making it a triple kill in under his belt. They are trying to farm him. He's got a 4. That way, we can say he is finally cooking. But is it too late?
Switching
We need to
sides.
find out in the second half.
They had the right idea, Toda. It went for the double peek in towards vents, but as soon as they fell down, the fault line came out in the hands of Sube. Jeed went into his astral form, and they were just not ready at all. I don't know about that.
Oh, Spirit Transfer is beautiful, especially that close of a range with a Phantom, plus ending the round 4K. No ace though, but you just, chat and fans alike might just want to hear him say, I'm cooking right now.
Yeah, he's just definitely warming the pan up for now.
Yeah, Bryce is top fragging. Like
Yeah.
he's on that 10, but the issue is like Toda will continue to put in numbers. I just want to see if they do defense the same way they do offense. Hold, you know, very convictive.
Very different sort of attack from the side of LVR. Rather than having everyone here, you know, playing default, they take full-on control of A ramp fairly easily. They're just able to kind of hold Frosties and the gang at bay. The Hound comes out and they're just getting super aggressive, but look at Kale from the heavens, just finds the perfect timing to take down 2 members on the side of LVR, but this is a bit of a problem now.
The Frosty's movement up the ropes. I don't know if you guys noticed, but when he crept up the ropes, he hopped to the second rope as his head popped up. That is some movement right there.
Secretly a gymnastic.
But that is actually just shout out to Kale, who I'm not sure if they just caught LVR off timing, but he picked out Heaven just the right angle, just above rafters, right? So, and due to that itself, they lost 2 duelists, but they still got 40 seconds. They should be able to make this work, considering that they do have 1 smoke in. Kyle is spotted. They just need a bar machine up there on the screens, but Kyle is so definitive.
Spike down.
With Aduka, of course, having one of his trades, they know Bryce is cornered. No way they can even get this plat now, as everyone on Todak is hot on his heels.
Dangerous. Dangerous how Toda is playing right now. So, just playing off each other so well. Kyle was able to get the frenzy frags with ease from Heaven. They had, 3 players or just around that A ramp setup. They had Frosties in towards Vents. They had Aduka who was playing towards Spawn, where he was smoked off initially. And Kyle coming in hot from Heaven to take down 2 members initially. And they were just able to hold things out. But I think the problem was the 2 members being spotted by that haunt in the later stages of that round kept all those players from the side of Toda towards that A side. So they were just able to really retake it with ease, or just hold it off with ease.
The issue about that with, we talked about Haunt, right? You look at LVR's initiating abilities, there's not a single one that can provide like reliable information, aside from the Trailblazer, right? So once that's gone, there's no real reliable info. They gotta just rely on pure gunfire. And dear Lord, that's G'd up there. There's a one-way. And that's enough to scare every one of LVR back away.
And instantly, they're just gonna fall back. They did not want anything to do with the defense here from Heaven. Make their way now in towards this vent and looking to execute on towards A site. They're chilling right now. They still have a lot of time, so maybe they're trying to find an opening. They're trying to find a catch here in towards ramp. But they've given away their position. They have to make sure they clear out A main. Otherwise, they're just gonna get flanked from 3 different angles. So they made the right decision here. And just look at how Kale is just playing in towards that side. He's got the Spectre in his hands. That's a nice, easy one. The Haunt is available if he wants to use it, but it is just not needed. As he picks up the last 4 players there. Eco frags for days here for him, and he's 1 point away here from
It's just how that Aduka games, man. That was just across some screens all the way to Flower Pot. And they just land beautiful shots. Stay less with that. It does, I mean, it does help that they were kind of low to begin with due to the aftershock in mailroom. It's just a sight to behold when they just hold it down, no pun intended. And the first to reach double digits will be from Todak.
Definitely. LVR's map pick, but we haven't seen any sort of cards here from the side of LVR just yet. Any tricks. But nonetheless, if Toda is going to be keeping up this form here, definitely going to be very strong, especially since they're going up against in Lotus here in the next map.
I am not looking forward to that. But I need to find inner peace, and that is what the map is looking for. Because after a split personality from what we're seeing in this match itself, you know, one just need to reconvene with your soul and your spirits. Honestly, I have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. I'm just waiting for LVR to kind of get disengaged. That, unfortunately, I don't think that Prowler actually hit its mark. Because Bryce is tucked all the way into this tight little cubby.
Yeah, just because of that wall that Bryce has put up, they don't know if anyone has crossed towards A ramp. So Kale went and checked towards A ramp rather than towards A main. But look at all this aggression right now in towards that P Heaven position. Little bit of damage done on towards Reverie, but it's not going to be enough. And that's going to be a massive lurk kill here from Bryce to take down Kale towards ramp. The rest of the team will be coming in, and Bryce takes down the second as well. That's Aduka down and dusted. Sube is here to try to be the hero, but he's only going to be good for 1.
This is all Bryce, by the way. Like his wall, his lurk there, he dodged a Prowler and a Haunt to just show up and take out Kel from behind at ramps, and later Aduka up on, was that Vents or was that?
I think it was A ramp as well.
No, that's probably Vents.
That was deep A heaven.
Deep A heaven?
Yeah.
Okay, dude, this round is all him. That's all I'm saying first.
Yeah, massive information play there.
Okay, so LVR definitely still swinging. Got a bit of spirit left in them. I mean, they're not exactly in full danger yet. 5 rounds, extremely doable. They just need to force Todak into an eco, which technically after this round, they just might be. If they take it, only Frosty available for that buy. But in terms of ultimates though, Kale does have Rolling Thunder. That's at best for a, probably for a retake.
Gale has Nightfall.
Oh, sorry, it's the Nightfall.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, they look
looks
exactly
like,
the same.
It looks like Rolling Thunder.
I'm done.
I got you. When I looked at it, I'm like, wait, what?
Yeah. You're right, my man.
Oh my goodness, pure aggression from the side of Toda, trying to take control of this A main position, but they just had no idea there was 5 LVR players ready and waiting here.
Yeah. Well, there was a push-out while we were kind of like just bantering a little bit on that. There was a perfect fault line. I believe just down onto 3, but they only got 1 out of that.
Yeah, the positioning, it was a great pull. The gravity well was beautiful by Jeed, but actually it actually pulled Frosties in as well. So his spray was just a little bit off. And there was also one more player in that corner he was dashing into. So it was a nice, easy frag for LVR.
Slight mispositioning of abilities, I'd say. It's not really a miscom, I guess just mispositioning. LVR, disciplined as they are, they kind of know that their Viper's still alive. So that's a wall that's going to be really tough to deal with. So maybe be clearer, I guess, even though...
Look at Sube already pushing up towards Sewer. He's got all this information. And they instantly have already 3 players from Toda making their way towards this B side. So that's going to be a very quick retake. I'm not sure if LVR is going to expect this.
Ooh, not sure about this retake so far, but Duka might just peek out and just a blind fire!
What in the world?
Call him a smoke criminal. Someone needs to arrest him. Call that 911. Getting 1 kill through the smoke is disgusting, but we talk about 2. And that will now easily turn that in Todak's favor. Stealing it away from LVR.
No bloody way that just happened.
Look at it.
Jeed is on one. He's feeling it. The vibes are immaculate for the side of Toda, but Aduka just pulling up a magic trick in the smoke out of nowhere.
Okay, there was no gun barrels. There was nothing. There was no kills. He just fired through and found 2.
When I saw him walking towards the edge of that smoke, I thought he was going to push up, and I thought, oh, that's not really a good idea. This guy he stayed in the smoke, spammed towards that area. So I think what the problem was, that was a misplay by Maxi for the bad smoke.
Or is it too deep or not deep enough?
Not deep enough.
Not deep enough. Well, somebody just got to check Aduka PC because this ain't normally. That was 100% a fluke of that shot. But amazing to watch. Frosty this time kind of taking Kyle's place to hold it, and this is the Nightfall we're talking about. It spawns out 1, so they know that the price is there. It clips coupled a bit onto that. But the Cloudburst, I don't know, Duka? Was that a Duka's Cloudburst? No, that is Bryce's Cloudburst to save his teammate. So don't fault that for not being able to finish the shots onto our dear Bryce.
Man, it's so scary to deal with how LVR is playing. They're so close. They're just ready to execute whenever they need to. But Toda has already kind of brought in quite a few amount of members. Here has a beautiful trade coming in from Shinsei. Instantly to the head of Frosty. A quick flick there. And they thin down the numbers. It's 4-4, but Kale says, nope, I'm taking another one down here with me.
Kale's very, very sharp.
He just finds the best timing, huh?
I don't know why. Like this game, besides from skill, we talk about timing. And we talk about his aim here. The spray down from Spectre, not good enough. So that will be a G trade. Down to 2-on-3 here. Of course, Jeet is still relatively low. Has one more star available, but they are about to move in there.
Oh my God.
Not on point with those sprays. It was just unfortunate. He should have gotten at least 2. And that will only be Red Cola standing. He's relatively healthy.
Oh,
Sube, too low.
Got some great positioning here. Oh, Sube was ready for that though. Ready for the wraparound. And they pick up match points. That's 7 match points here for Toda.
Yo, this is... Okay.
I've seen this before.
This is just commanding, but when you're on 5-12, I've not seen a comeback this far. I've seen a 1-11 comeback, 5-12 comeback?
Yes, yesterday.
That happened? Alright.
Hey Yakiniku versus Kizuna. I think Hey Yakiniku had 12-5, and they ended up losing.
Kizuna lost it. Oh, Kizuna won it
Kizuna
now.
won 8 rounds in a row.
My man. Okay, you've seen it before, but let's talk about replication. And I'm not talking about the game mode here.
Oh man, hey,
Oh,
you never
my
know what
lord.
can happen here.
I will
my
wish,
way.
but this may potentially be the final round too because LVR does not have the best of weaponry.
Oh, definitely not. They have Shinsei, who has the knives in his hand, but he's not being able to find an opening just yet. Vents is extremely clear. So if he's able to push this sooner rather than later, he can definitely wrap towards A ramp and get those 2 players from the side of Toda. But this time around, they make their way in towards B.
As much as you know that Valorant is not a duelist show, but this is really all down to Shinsei here.
Yeah.
He has to make something happen to open up for his team to be able to go in clearly.
Great flash.
I cannot.
That's going to be a start, but oh, I think the dash just did not come in time, and there we go. They all fall down. It's a waterfall of LVR players towards this B heaven position. Frosty's now coming in hot. Not going to be able to take down Maxi, but that's going to be a sign of life. That's an opening here for LVR to take advantage. It's a 2v2. They've got the Viper Spit.
Well, both teams having a bit of whiff fiesta on those blades, and it will come down to, as what you said, the 2 versus 2. But guess who is probably having a more superior advantage on this? It's due to this Viper's Pit, right? But
Oh man, I don't know if they'll expect this position here.
Last player standing.
They take down one, Aduka. He knows exactly where that last remaining player is, and he finds him here. Just as the Viper's Pit fall, 13-5. That's Toda here for map 1.
you know the best part? That wasn't even Aduka's Viper's Pit. You can see that he still has it available. That was Bryce's, and he died. Basically the ult came down. The unfortunate timing revealed him, and they took it out. This is just very commanding now for Todak. Rarely that we see spectacles like this, but as if Todak continues to play, at this level that we're seeing in Split 1, I no doubt that they will perform well in Split 2. But if you're LVR, you know that probably as the final few days are counting down for the league stages right now, they're just probably here to just duke it out and have fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have been showing such a strong presence here in this scene, and I just love watching them play. I mean, not just on towards Split, but man, we got Lotus next, and we know for a fact that they are aggressive. They like to get in the faces of their opposing team. So I'm super excited to see what they can bring up here in towards the next map. But man, was it super one-sided here. This is not what I was expecting from the side of LVR.
When I said that this series could have gone to the 2-1 mark, you know what I'm saying? I wouldn't have expected at least the first game to be single-digit, double-digit.
Yeah.
Knowing that these two teams, they could pull it double-digit, maybe even an overtime. But now, where I say credit where credit is due, we always talk about Toda improving so much. You guys might have heard that a lot. It's just that LVR has gone through so many reiterations of their players and still not find the best cog to fit in the wheel. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, to be fair, Toda and LVR, they've both been in this MYSG scene for such a long time. Ever since the first couple of splits, they've been there. Their name has been up here in the scene, but they just never really showed much aggression, much prowess here. So I like how they're really bringing it up nowadays. They're really aggressive. They're straight up in their faces and really making a name for themselves here in the scene.
Well, let's just talk a bit about really what transpired there, right? The double duelists maybe not working out. Not sure if just they had enough practice or it was due to Todak having a more superior lineup. I wouldn't even say superior gunplay, but I do think that Split, you do need the right agents. Even though Todak kind of just forego that race, but it worked extremely well with the double initiator.
I think what happened was I think LVR didn't use their agent picks to their full potential.
Yeah.
We saw Shinsei. I think he was also very unlucky. Every time he brought out the operator, he was peeking towards A main, but no one ever walked into his crosshair. When he peeked mid, no one ever walked into his crosshair, so he was never able to find the opening picks with that operator. He was always just in the wrong position. But what can you do? Because Toda has always been playing default, never giving away, not really trying to walk in towards your crosshair without a flash or without a prowler. So,
and that's the discipline Toda has for Split,
Yeah.
because knowing that Split is like it's basically like Fracture. Every close angle counts, so and every angle could be your depth, right? Due to a operator shot or something like that. But Todak played it really, really well. When they really explode on site, they make sure their corners are clear. They cleared out heaven first, then they had to focus on elbow, up on A side. They rarely hit B. I think. Was that B?
Yeah, really.
Yeah, they rarely hit B. So they knew their success. They replicated it on the attack. You know, they were up 8-4 on the first half, and they closed it out pretty convincingly. Literally, LVR only got one round in the second half.
Yeah, it was unfortunate, man, but that was the first game. And you can see here, everybody's scoreline. Jeed was having a fun time. You know, at one point of the game, like halfway throughout the first half, he had 0 kills, but he was laughing, he was having fun, he was setting up his team. And when you've got players like Frosty's going ham with the shorty inside your face, it's well.
Is that FP percentage?
I think first blood
percentage?
Most probably.
Four.
Most probably.
Oh man,
4.4. That's the death number, man. You know.
These numbers feels very 4. I'm not kidding.
Yeah.
You know? Oh lord, 8 first blood so far in a span of 18 games. 18 rounds. 18 rounds played. So that is respectable. About a 265 ACS. I'm not sure if you can say that Todak enabled Frosties, but he was in by himself most of the time, finding objectives and securing them.
But I think his team really enabled him very well. You saw G, they bring out the gravity well towards elbow. We had the fault line from Subay as well. But without those, I think, you know, going up against the likes of a Shorty and Frosties, it should be easy, but it was so difficult, especially since Toda and the rest of Toda was really supporting him very well.
Guess they actually like fault line, flash the angles he doesn't have to look at, so that he can actually face the more open grounds, in which more often than not he finds at least 1 kill and gets away with it. He doesn't die, right?
I don't know how he does it, man. It's insane. To find a team like that who has your back, it's incredibly difficult, and I think they've done pretty good so far here, especially with all the roster changes here.
Yeah, so I mean, like I said, this iteration looking so good for them, for Todak. But LVR, man, we're gonna keep saying it over and over again. It's Louvre, Louvre and Louvre. 2021 to 2023, we've seen them, and you got to feel for them when you start dropping rounds, especially in week 3 onwards of leagues, right?
They're down, but they're not dusted just yet.
They are not dusted.
They are still here to play, and they are definitely still a force to be reckoned with. We don't know what they're going to bring in towards the next map of Lotus.
And that will be coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Setting up game number 2, FaZe and Xeno Viper back after this short break.
Hi guys, I am Subay from Toda. Toda is a Malaysian organization. We have a lot of esports teams such as Free Fire, Mobile Legends, and also PUBG M. And we are the VALORANT division. As I said, I am Subay. I am the in-game leader for Toda. I mainly play initiator, and also I do play controller sometimes. I am more like a strict IGL because I really need to take care of the youngsters, which is I call them soldiers as well. The first teammate that I really want to talk about is Jade. We have been playing for quite some times now, I think for almost a year and a half. We bond together as teammates. He have respect towards me, and also I have respect towards him. Overall, he's a good player, and also he's a joker as well. The next player I want to talk about is Kael. To me, he is like a soldier. He is very emotionless. He listens to me quite a lot, and whenever I give advice to him, he will always take it without any emotions. And I do think he will be one of the best in the future. Next is Aduka. Me and Aduka has been playing together for quite some times, since early VALORANT days. To me, he is like my younger brother. He always do some weird stuff, like a childish stuff. But overall, he is a good player. Lastly, I want to talk about Frosties. He is very short-tempered and also very emotional player. He is very passionate about the game because I can see the fire in him. I had fun working with him.
When it comes to situation in-game, especially in-game, we are adapting very well. We react very well to certain situations, even though it's very hard to react for other people.
We don't care how big you are, how small you are, how good you are. We still gonna beat you because why? Because Todak langgar.
destroyed, but everyone has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kind of like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has to call for taken. Stop it.
Toda is trying their best right now to stay towards the top of the 6 here in the standings up against the likes of LVR. And if you guys have just missed the first game, don't worry, we still have a lot more here for you guys. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is Xeno Viper, and we're going to be your casters.
Absolutely, what a bang of the first match, right? Toda, a very commanding performance. Nonetheless, almost steamrolled away, almost picking perfect. But LVR is really, really struggling right now. And if I were all for them, I need to push that to Ascent. That will be map number 3. But yes, talk about map 2 first. Lotus, haven't really been seen so far. Probably second time on VCL.
This is going to be the
Third already?
third, possibly the third. I don't know, but no, I think it's the...
There was one last week. There was one last week. And there was not any yesterday, I believe.
There was not any yesterday.
You casted yesterday, and I casted first day. There
Okay,
wasn't
so
any
it was-
Lotus.
So this is the second time, I guess.
God bless, please. That map is still... Oh.
Second time for Toda to choose out this map.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the first time they were up against the likes of Kizuna, they were able to beat Kizuna. It was a fairly close game. I think it was 13-10, double digits for both these two teams. But it showed that Toda really had some map knowledge. They had some strats, and they were always taking full-on control of A rubble, A main. But the thing is, Lotus is a relatively small map. Would you agree?
Surprisingly, yes, because if you're defending and you look at the attacking side, right? Everywhere you walk, you will be able to, you are in the radius of like the footsteps. You can hear them. It is very annoying to rotate as attackers most of the time, but that is in due to that map being very attacker favored, because every choke point is easily cleared to enter site very quickly, maybe with the exception of C site. You know, that requires some coordination to get in, but B is an instant blitz, and if you don't make it to B side, you can just take the revolving doors to, was that A? Or C?
Rotate out to
revolving doors
C.
to C, exactly.
Yeah, definitely. So it's definitely an interesting way to see how these teams will kind of show us the ropes in Lotus. I've only played Lotus like once or twice in my past few weeks of playing. I'm always looking forward to playing Lotus because I want to learn. You know, as a caster, you have to play the map. You have to learn.
Did you miss out the Lotus only queue for the unrated one?
I did.
You probably did.
I did. That time I was not playing at the time. You know, I was doing other things, life things. So by the time I wanted to play, it was just never coming up. It was always fracture. I'm like, no, man, give me the Lotus.
Guys, newsflash, casters apparently have a life. Yeah. How weird.
Yeah. Not like we're doing research all the time.
Yeah, exactly, dude. What is research? What is Lotus? Lotus is a flower for all I know.
It is, yeah.
It's a map now?
I don't even know.
You should go to Ghost Mode and take a tour around Lotus. It's actually really beautiful and a lot of hidden stuff toys around, as with other maps, but they're hidden in places that are very, very intrinsic.
Yeah, I mean,
that's all I'm saying.
I mean, it's not like Icebox. Icebox, it's a bit more obvious.
Yeah.
You know, Lotus, I haven't seen a single one of these little toys just yet. But I'm sure they're hiding in some weird
Riot,
spots.
why are you not... Okay, I know we're segueing a little bit, but why are those toys not merch? Because I would buy them in an instant. I need the Tactic Bear, and I need the Penguin, straight up.
That is true, actually.
Snowman also, because we know that all of us seen that on Icebox.
I'll go for the Penguin. That's probably my personal favorite, that's for sure.
Absolutely, but not for that segue though, but we really, really do hope that Riot kind of brings about some of these plushies. And you know what? Actual gun buddies. Gun buddy keychains.
That's keychains, yeah.
Yeah.
I spend all my money on those, right? If you're watching.
They're all going to VPs right now. I don't know if I can continue spending on that because we're in Malaysia. Sometimes Valorant points can be expensive. But really, when we come back to the Lotus, you talked about a 13-10, right? It is close, but at least they do have the, like you said, the map knowledge. How do you think the LVR is going to fare then?
I have no idea. I've never seen LVR in this sort of, in this environment. You know, it's going to be my first time watching LVR play on towards Lotus. I'm sure LVR have some counter strats. You know, they've watched Toda play on Lotus, and they probably know for a fact that Frosty's, he likes to play the Jet. They like to have the Sky and Breach utilities being used towards that A main position to just take control every single round. So maybe instead of hitting that A position, maybe they'll try to rotate and go towards the B or C. It's another map which actually has 3 sides as well. So
Yeah, since the reminiscent days of Haven, which makes Haven look much more viable and normal considering we don't have gimmicks like those doors and Binds having the teleporters, right? So, but when I went into Lotus, I really felt that you can't actually play that map without a Cypher, and Todak did it. You know, their lineup consists only of Breach, Jet, Killjoy, Sky, and a Astra. That's it. So 1 Smoker, 2 Initiators, 1 Sentinel, and 1 Duelist. They made it work. Whereas, wait, that's Toda, right? So Kizuna, when they dropped that map against Toda, Kizuna was the one that actually ran a Cypher. So they ran more cookie cutter, you know. So that's why I said that theory-wise, we know what works in that map, but when it comes down to individual gunplay and once you take certain angles, the whole game is changed pretty much. Because once you get the Spike Planet, once you hold post, you know, it's a whole different ball game. How many people are left alive? That's the most important thing as well.
It's just a lot of variables that you have to really look into. And the fact that Toda right now, they are playing super on form, especially in towards that first map. So within this 5-10 minute breaks that we're having, I think LVR really needs to regain their mentality, really pick up a game plan here to bring in towards Lotus to try and just win out this map. Because if they win this map, they're going to be moving in towards Ascent as the decider map. And LVR is insanely strong. You know, as we were talking about, 31 games played,
67% win rate on Ascent right now.
Win rate. So it's a massive amount of games and a lot of experience that they have under their belt. So Toda, you know, if they want this series, they have to really close things out here.
Okay, let's protract a little bit of a prediction, I'm gonna say. So
Go ahead.
Ascent is the most games played for LVR. That's 6 games from what I have here. In fact, the actual most maps played by Louvre is Haven, with 7 maps being played, okay? And their win rate is 57% on Haven and 67% on Ascent. Both maps having 4 wins individually. So those are their highest winning maps. So, hear me out. Haven has 3 plant sites as well as Lotus. So would you think that would make that...
They have a lot of experience with all these different...
Correct. You see what I'm saying?
I see you.
4 wins, you know, as Haven being their most map played, and now Lotus coming up 3 sites as well. They might even replicate that their favorite agents on Haven.
I think we're stretching a little bit. But, you know, there's the possibility that I'm sure they have those Haven setups, maybe that they can bring it in towards us, in towards Lotus as well. But we're gonna have a look at the agent picks here being showed across the board. And this time around, Kale going to be hovering over that chamber. They haven't locked in these agents just yet, but they're thinking about it.
How do you think about, you know, chamber being viable after this? No, there's no way.
Instantly out of there.
Please.
But we saw C9 Ye actually bring out the chamber, and he was...
You're still a monster on that, though,
cracked.
because natural headhunters and the Tour de Force is still a force to be reckoned with. No pun intended.
Definitely.
But I still think they are comfortable with what they've brought to Kizuna earlier on, so that's exactly the same lineup that Toda is going to bring. LVR, we mentioned it, this is their first time on this map. On Haven, though, like they went with Jet, Astra, Killjoy, Breach, Sova. Same thing? No, that's actually Shinsei on Neon.
Yeah, I think Neon is definitely going to be a decent pick here to try to counteract the aggression that they have from the side of Toda. You know, they like to get aggressive towards main. Maybe Neon with that speed can come out a bit earlier than most agents, and see if he can stop that sort of aggression. So we'll see how LVR really plays it out. Maybe in the past week, Toda has come up with some new strats, so we'll just have to see how things go.
I like to see Neon being solidified as one of the a good agent in this map. I know it's being rotated around like Jet and Raze still. Maybe Yoru will find its way in there sometime, but there is a lot of even grounds for Neon to slip and slide. And that's why I think that Neon is super, super viable on a map like Lotus, similar to like Pearl back then, right? So you talk a bit about how a Neon can be pushed out just a bit to secure angles before the enemy can push up side, because you need to look at the barriers, is the thing. And Neon, let's say if you're attacking, when the barrier comes up, sometimes you are able to command an angle before the defenders even get a peek out. So that's actually the strength of a Neon, not as a duelist, but kind of like a pseudo initiator.
Yeah,
I would
definitely.
say.
Especially with the relay bolts as well. They do so much damage. Not actual damage, but they just give so much
Room and space.
room and space. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. But now, ladies and gents, moving into map number 2. Will Toda secure this 2-0 or will LVR push this thing to ascent for the decider? We've seen Toda play Lotus. They definitely have a little bit of experience here, but LVR, they are not a team that you should be playing around with, that's for sure. These guys are a force to be reckoned with. They've taken down big names, and now they're looking to take down Toda as well here.
They want to take down Toda, which means the map 3 needs to come into fruition. That one can hope. And Toda is a train that's going to push out.
Fantastic.
Well, yeah, okay, we talked about the push out
Look
earlier.
at
That is the LVR stage we're looking at, but Toda is still retaliating, okay? It's still down to the 3 versus 3 despite all the fiestas happening. And once again, there's a side here. The red click for Redco will connect.
Decent effort there coming in from Frosty. He's gained so much space, but the fact that he was going in alone, that means there's just no one there to actually come in for the trade to assist him in towards entering the site. He did a decent effort to pull the rotations for LVR towards that west side of the map, but this time around, they're rotating now. Toda on towards that A site. They do have the Cypher trip. They've got the Cypher cam as well, and they've got the man advantage to come in for the retake. Recon as well.
One's all the way up at top already.
Right here.
Planted. Oh yeah, his shield dropped. You won't be able to hear it, but little do they know, Jeet might just say hi to Reverie if he's patient enough. And yes, he's
he was ready for that. That's just a beautiful way of just covering your teammates. And Jeet is still available here. He's down to 20 HP. But does Redco know exactly where he's holding? No, not at all. Jeet secures that 2 versus 3 retake with a 3K, and he's feeling it.
Yo, you just look at the player cam, man. It's just intoxicating. And we're not even talking about a Viper here. I think Todak House is just on full energy right now. It did come close though. It did come down to the 1 versus 1 where Jeet was just a little bit faster on the trigger. It would have gone to LVR's way too. They were looking at the same direction. And the answer is at each other.
Yeah, I think Redco expected him to still be towards that 3 angle. So just was not expecting Jeet to be so up close and personal with that. So great movement, great repositioning from the side of Jeet. And Frosty's already dashing up on towards the rubble. Getting very aggressive here. And they're looking to enter this door.
Ruble.
Make their way in towards tree.
Sometimes people play close here. In this case, it will be completely open. As we can see on the A side, it is completely clear. Will be a free plant. But all that aside, by the way, Duka still manages to take down 1 with just a ghost. He's actually known for not wanting to buy, but Frosty every time to lay down for 2.
They're creeping up here slowly. Reverie was actually able to take down Sube. So doing a little bit of damage here and there to the economy of Toda. But at this point, when Bryce is all alone, he's all the way towards rubble. He's got a single sheriff in his hands. If he's able to take a couple of shots here towards Frosties, that can definitely do a little bit of damage. But all 3 players in towards tree, gonna be very difficult here for him to try and make at least a little bit of a play, especially since he's only got 6 bullets.
Wait, let him cook. You gotta say that 4 words in exact succession. Wait, let him cook.
No way. He's got cooked himself there by that robot as well.
Yeah, we waited.
2-0. We waited, but there's no food coming, man.
There, my god, please not talk about it. I am extremely starving and I could go for some fish and chips. Not Todak though, just saying. This is exactly what has happened in Split. They commanded the first 4 rounds rather decisively before LVR even tried to step up for a bit. And in this case, it's LVR just having full weapons again.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if this is a thing where full shields are not anymore coming into play on the actual rifle rounds. Can someone explain this?
I mean, I'm not sure. Maybe they just didn't really have enough money, or they're looking to go up against these Vandals.
This is the fast B we talked about here. So now, when Shinsei came out from towards A, he has to break this before he actually gets in, right? So, and that will show that some people are kind of just waiting outside here, where Frosty will push the issue, and that is a flick to the head.
This guy, the 1 pump action.
He's a 1 pump man.
1 pump man, that's for sure. Smokes off the entrance. It's just perfect timing to make his way in towards the Cloudburst as well, to use that shorty. with perfection. But look at this, already lurking towards this site. We've got Reverie here trying to find some openings, and he does find 3. Looking for the last 2 frags. He will get traded out, and it's so beautiful play here from the side.
Reverie back on his comfort agent, right? So he's back at the initiator. He's feeling it. That triple will mean a lot to LVR now, considering that they do stop Todak in their tracks. But that was only Todak's anti-eco. And bonus, sorry. Yeah. And look who's close to the ult. It's Jeet, and Frosty's already with the Blazestorm. You know, when I say Frosty is heating up, it's ironic because his name is cooling down.
Ice cold, man.
That's cold. The sheesh moment, ice in the veins. But he's 6-2 and 0. Doing a lot of work for his team. As per usual, this is a mad push up on one Rubble. Frosty is traded.
Beautiful stuff here from LVR. Oh, the Hound just misses it by a little bit. They know for a fact that Kale's still in this angle. He does manage to get the trade off on towards Shinsei. That's a great round coming in from LVR.
Yeah.
They know for a fact that Toda likes to get aggressive towards A Rubble, and they just countered back with 4 members on that A side. Aduka does spot out Maxi, does an equal amount of damage here towards each other.
And you have to understand that was a rifle against a secondary.
Frenzy.
He had to cause that much of damage, by the way. So, filthy crouchers for both teams. Still, Reverie manages to kind of pick up a Vandal. Let's see if they can turn that around. And there will be Seeker's use. So Toda pretty much knows where every single one on LVR is.
Oh, I like this positioning here. Very deep in towards spawn to just set up a firing range here, set up a squad. But now the last 2 remaining players have been given away their position. The guiding light comes in, but can they make this work? Look at the setup here. All 2 members, of Toda just ready and waiting, playing it off each other.
Yeah, they've really got peekers, right? So they can't really just get swing and not be killed. Yes, you can argue that Maxi does have a camera ready, but at that point of time, you're going up 2 against 3. And they know you both were there, so you were pretty much just screwed.
There's nowhere to run, especially since the time was already slowly ticking down. 3-1. Decent start here for both these 2 teams. LVR, they're showing that they have some sort of strat to take over this A Rebel position, and this is what we want to see right now. Yeah. They've got the breach fault line to delay anyone pushing out. They've got Shinsei getting super aggressive here with the relay ball, but both these 2 players, these 2 aggressors, were not able to catch each other out. Just the amount of utility being used to catch them off guard. Just a massive chaos there towards Rubble.
LVR was ready for Frosties after Shinsei took the fall, right? So they at least traded that out, and he's going to be even playing ground 3 versus 3. Although Kyle cannot heal himself in anyhow, that is still just enough to signal Todak to restart. It's every time. Root, Rubble, just crazy madness, and then rotate back to C.
Yeah.
If it's not a B fast push, it's always an A. Fails a little bit, then rotates down to C.
Yeah, but they've caught Maxi here on that Cypher. He's got a incredible camera set up. Here's the Trailblazer come in. That's the lockdown. He's going to have to somehow force himself out. I like that tripwire he set up just in case Frosties decides to go for a quick fly. First time around.
Yeah, basically we call that an anti-jet wire.
Yeah.
We've seen a lot of that in Ascent, you know?
Yep.
And it catches a jet nonetheless sometimes. But they are in, and they just need to hold.
Massive ult from the side of LVR. And look at the scan, so beautiful. All the information has been given, and they're just able to sweep Toda off their feet for this beautiful retake.
There we go. That's exactly what I wanted to see from LVR. The coordination that has been missing for rounds now came into play at the initiation of the Rolling Thunder. So I'm not sure if we can call that for future rounds to be replicated in that same sense, but Shinsei, he's got the ult right now. He's got that overdrive. That can probably try to find some kills later on in the eco, but the thing is, once again, you know, they are always on defense first, right? So, taking initiative has always been Shinsei's work. He always pushes out from A main, but most of the time, he dies.
Yeah, this time around, they've got a bit of a stronger hold towards that C site. Got 3 players there ready to, I guess ready for the rotations. But since the Toda have not walked into any sort of aggression or any sort of resistance from LVR, they're happy to make their way on towards this site. But the 3-player flank though from the side of LVR, all these guys have to wait now is just have to wait for the flank to come in, that's all.
Exactly. So that was upper being smoked. Was that upper? No, sorry, that was stairs being smoked. My lord, that is on Astra smoke that can cover from top to bottom. If someone sneaks down right now, Toda would be in a lot of trouble. But that hawk will show that at least one person's up there on top. They need to hold every single cross possible. This is the overdrive that I called it, and he's having so much respect with that. He only gets one, but immediately traded. One flash is in.
My
Aduka
goodness.
recovery is so good, making only good for 2. Even though Todak is starting to wind down the numbers of LVR, we do know that Bryce has to deal with a truckload of guns facing onto him. He better get out of there.
Yeah, definitely. What a good hold there from Aduka. They know for a fact that there is the possibility of players rotating from that B side, from C. Oh my goodness.
Oh, I will feel that tomorrow,
They
man.
had to do him dirty just like that. Another frag here under the belt for Jade. He's got the Cosmic Divide to work with, but Aduka, I think his positioning there was fantastic. He set up the alarm bot as well towards Rubble, and he was just able to kind of sniff out that flank, be able to take down, I think, 2 players, if I'm not mistaken. So just fantastic stuff here. Great positioning from him, knowing that it's a small map. A lot of different rotations can come in from every single angle, and they're always just ready for this.
It's very hard to kind of sketch on paper what LVR needs to do because they've tried every single thing possible. They had anti-jet wires on C, that one though. I mean, it didn't catch anyone, but it sort of worked. They had the 3-man flank, you know, from C towards A. That didn't work as well. So I would say they're kind of running out of ideas, but every single time they got to adapt to Todak, they are at the risk of losing, you know, 2-3 members when Toda has all 5 remaining. They need to at least find some ways to even out numbers as soon as possible first at the early stages of the round. But right now, Toda is playing so good together.
The timing from Aduka to actually move around to go for the rotate. He hears the steps from Shinsei, but pulls out the nanoswarm instead, and that's a free rifle here. Do they actually spot out where Kayle is playing? That's a very cheeky position here from Kayle, but they make their way in towards Tree. It's a 2 versus 3. Can they make this work? Kayle's definitely ready for the attack, but oh man, Frosty's is just...
I wish we had a Frosty cam there because he was getting crispy shots, man.
He was a little bit too crispy, man.
Yo, they opened up Aduka first up, right? Even though like Frosty took out one on site, they got a big man flank. It worked so far. They get on site and just Frosty just emptied heads. Empty clips into heads. Sorry, I'm losing my words up here.
Emptied heads into clips.
You know what? I'm just waiting for the moment where the turns have tabled. It is very early today for a game.
Early?
It's 2:42 p.m. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess so. If you're speaking to people in maybe India
Europe,
or...
right? Europe. They're behind,
I guess so.
us. Okay, so don't want to kind of quick replication of what happened on the split. There was a 2-6 early on here. LVR did a good job in trying to break the streak of Todak a bit, but the bank will start to build for Todak here. Always successful entries in here, and Maxi looking for some wire trips, but not gonna happen. Through that, through the smoke, through the cage, they find him, and ain't gonna stop. Shinsei, double, retaliating, but they slide a little bit too far as Sume finds the clip through the head.
Not gonna be enough here, and look at the rotations here. Bryce is just so far away. 2 versus 3. If Reverie can hold this spot, it's definitely going to cause a little bit of an issue here. But that's a beautiful Nebula coming in from Jade. 50 seconds left here on towards the clock. He's got... Oh no, he's made the sound cue. He's made the sound cue. They've got the information, but he's got the recon dart to work with, the owl drone, all the utilities in his hands. And the paranoia is going to be coming in.
The nanoswarm spotted him. That's a big problem. They try to look for this cross. Bryce finds one, but unfortunately, will die to Jeet and nets him a triple just like this. The footsteps was one thing, but they do have a cross. Problem is, Toda's positioning was already so good, right? One was on the C side, just a little bit back from the crates there, and then just one was playing, well, back on site itself. I don't know the exact callouts for that. But even though Bryce did take one, he needs to still face down 2 members, which were relatively healthy at that point.
Yeah, definitely. And that's, I think, oh, this is the bears we were talking about.
That's one of it. Look, one died, and then we just worship, or...
RIP.
Yeah,
or he's sleeping and...
Or he basically ascended.
Oh, but look at right now, LVR, they've got 4 players here to hold off this A hit. They have Shinsei pushing up, but it's just not going to be enough. Nonetheless, he was the only player with the rifle. He was the hero here, but it just did not work out. He overextended just a little bit too much, and now the rest of Toda is just swarming in on towards this A site with ease. It's a W gaming here from them, and they're just destroying, wiping LVR on this A site.
I will repeat myself. What is happening? All I see are smoke. People are falling. Bodies hit the floor. And now, only Maxi, last man standing. Yes, you already mentioned... Oh, what? Wait, hello? No spot you no shoot.
Oh my goodness.
You peek out, cap hit. Okay, that's jokes, guys.
If he had a Phantom, maybe that could have been a different kind of round.
Very tall task. You know what? I'm going to switch things out a bit. Maybe he got a shorty.
Oh.
Yeah, they were up close to that. But you know what? We talk about a shorty, but he ain't no Frosty.
Definitely not, man. Frosty's is one of a kind, and he's just been always getting these opening picks towards A Rubble, getting super aggressive. He had 4 bullets, takes down, just to take down the Trailblazer, it's 2. You know, remaining 2 bullets to take down 4 players. I don't know about that.
Oh no, you see, Shinsei is trying to open. That's his role as a duelist, but he's really being suppressed. Not to say that his team wasn't enabling him, but Todak is overwhelming.
They are, especially when they come out of Rubble, come out of A main just like that. They split the aggression from LVR. We saw Shinsei getting up a little bit too close, and the fact that the rest of his team, LVR, they were down to only sheriffs and upgraded pistols, so they couldn't really do much to assist Shinsei in that position. Shinsei had the only hero Vandal in his hand, but just did not work out for him as he just got instantly taken out. Nonetheless, this time around, Fault Line, Cosmic Divide, Lockdown, Bladestorm in the hands of Toda. And they're looking to get aggressive here towards B.
They need to pull a Hail Mary here from here on out, because this is the lead that's looking to grow suddenly even more than Split. The inexperience shows in this map for LVR. The defaults that they're playing and the ideas they're executing. Mostly as just a response to Todak, but not really a proactive measure, if you catch my drift.
Utility now being used. They do have a little bit of information. They do spot out Frosty is coming out of that Cosmic Divide, so they will have all this sort of information.
Yeah,
you know, but it's tough. The Cosmic Divide is up, but all 5 players are actually playing in towards his A main position. That's going to be a good lockdown to secure this retake, but it's going to be incredibly difficult here.
There's no Hunter's Fury to destroy it. He was 1 point away from that.
Just unfortunate.
Is that enough for them to move in? I think it just might be. That is the weirdest smoke I've ever seen from the Astra, but Frosty might just come out and say hello to Reverie, greeted with a kill. But still, since the spy planted that, it might look to try to get his retake. Shinsei is in the blitz. What the
hell is going on?
He's in the blitz, and he has to deal with tens of thousands of flashes and stuns all day long, even though the post plant is looking good.
Spike is being defused. And LVR, they hold things down. And that's the issue with that plant spot. You know, if you plant towards that position, you have all 5 players funneled in towards main. All LVR has to do is just throw a bunch of utility towards you. And I think what Maxi did was fantastic. Even though he did get traded out, he went towards that C rotating doors, opened it up to try just add a little bit more pressure, while Bryce was just able to smoke off the spike and go for that ninja defuse.
I'm not sure where they were positioned though, but if you came from C, right, so you will have to deal with like the C-Link issue. There were 2 people there, at least on what I saw, and then I don't know if they needed to clear up, because I know a lot of them were at A-Link. It was a very confusing measure, but LVR played that very well.
Oh, that's a great start to this round here, as LVR stopped the aggression from the side of Toda to take down this A Rubble position. Just fantastic stuff. This time around, they had Bryce and Shinsei pushing up towards Rubble. And look at all these 4 players here of LVR just ready and waiting. They've got the operator here in the hands of Aduka, looking to get an opening. Relay Bolt comes in. It will force him off that angle, and that's what probably one of the more annoying utilities from the side of Neon. Yes, she can move fast, but she can just get those ricochets perfectly.
It's trajectory games at this point. I'm still trying to master relay both lineups today. Because if you land some, it's pretty crazy. But look at that. The Shinsei will find that tap. 4 kills for Shinsei already. No ace, but a good hold. He lives with a scratch left to take his life. 4-7. This is really a caster's curse we talk about. When I said Toda was starting to run away, even worse than Split, and suddenly LVR commandingly took 2 rounds in a row, looking to make this a 5th to a 7. That's the best case scenario. But Frosty, maybe to make a statement, he's got another operator down here with a Blade Storm. 14 kills under his belt. Shinsei Reverie tied for 10.
Yeah, definitely. This is tough. I mean, LVR now, they finally sort of found a counter to that aggression. This time around, they don't use that counter. And they've got Frosty's already pushed up towards door. Already in his hands, of course. This man, that's his signature right there. Fault line comes in. That's a great timing there, but Reverie is safe. If he just moved in a little bit earlier, that would have been a different issue. But look at the amount of members, the manpower that they have towards B. 3 players getting aggressive here towards the door, but it's not going to be enough here. Can they hold things off? But Kale and Aduka just comes in and wraps them up.
Damn, that's a blood bomb up there on A-Link, resulting in more falls of LVR than Todak.
The wrap from Aduka was just perfect coming in from B main. They had the right idea there, LVR, though.
The flash was good, by the way. You saw that Shinsei was trying to capitalize on that. He just whiffed on it, maybe. I'm not sure if he was early flash in return. I don't think he was, but he was too many targets to choose from. Only managing to land 1 when he should have gotten 2.
I hate when that happens.
Yeah, man.
It happens too often, for sure. Flash comes in, beautiful stuff by Kale, spots the last 2 members and just takes them down with ease. And that's 8-4 here as Toda went out the first half of this second map.
You know, when Jeet puts the gravity well, he just wanted to say, well, that's done. I'm sorry. Wait, don't you understand Don't you understand the gravity of the situation?
I understand.
Okay? The situation is that they are finishing 8-4 on the first half. Exactly what we've seen on Split. All right?
Yep.
I don't want to see this another 13-5. That was Split. LVR, put numbers right now. You are attacking. I want to see Shinsei go ham. I want to see Bryce cook completely great. I want to see Redco putting out insane callouts for me to be amazed at. That's all I want to see right now.
Definitely. LVR has not been looking like themselves here in this series. But now they are on the attacking side. They might just have a different tale here to tell. Aggression towards this mound position. Mound.
Where that? Oh.
Mound.
That is the mound. You're right.
Aggression towards mound. Sorry, guys. This is one of our first few times casting Lotus.
It is my first time casting Lotus.
There we go.
Damn.
I apologize. We apologize if
we apologize.
We do not know the names of the callouts, but we will be better.
Yeah. A will be Ruble.
Oh, okay. We're screwed.
Yeah, we're done, guys. We're never casting this map anymore. I'm sorry, Riot. Oh, a bit more patient is what we see compared to Toda earlier on. They were more than willing to play out this timer here, in which where Red Coast still has ample of utilities to go in, considering he is the main initiator, right? So right now, there will be stair smoke. Moving up into tree side here. Aduka is the only one on site. Let's see what he can do.
He's got the classic in his hands. The right clicks have been super strong. And I like the way that they have Jade Smoke here to kind of assist him with a little bit more positioning. But ooh, Shinsei just comes in at the right time to catch him off guard. Toda, they're good for 1, but the 1-for-2 trade here. But look at this. Full-on danger zone towards drop. But they somehow managed to turn it around. And look at where Maxi is, trying to come in for the flank when the spike is kind of planted here for him. Will he be able to catch out where Jade's playing? Perfect Nebula here. They do spot out where the last 2 remaining players are, but they're trying to wrap. They're trying to get the aggression. They're trying to push up here. He's down to 52. Cage comes up, but the right click is a little bit too strong in the hands of Jade. And does he have enough time?
Yeah, more than
Ample
enough. Guys, what? Subei's alive?
How?
After from that drop? Yo, when someone drops, he goes to hell. But he stayed alive, defying all odds. That what LVR should have taken that.
The aftershock was there as well. You know, they managed to take down one of the players there, but somehow Subei just picking up those last 2 frags.
He's just absorbing, you know what I'm saying? And then showing up with those kills, like, oh my god. You know, I wouldn't even hate it. It was like the, 5-8 point, where LVR could be in a better spot to try to close it, making a 6-8, you know, with the anti-eco maybe. But now if Todak steals that already, it is more than dire.
Yeah, I think
for
Toda
LVR.
definitely stole that round.
They've done way too many on split already. It's been like flawless robberies.
Man, oh man.
That Valorant is a lawless world, man. Straight up.
Anything happens, man. This is it. That they had the full control of A Rubble right now. They had Frosty's push up towards the top of Rubble, but this time around, very patient play coming in from the side of LVR. They had the spike down in the last map, so they can definitely buy up. They have Spectres, they've got upgraded pistols, but look at this hold, the positioning from the side of Toda to just keep things in their favor. Beautiful flashes, Frosty's with the Aries just going ham.
He destroys with that on a Neon, on a Sen, and we can just see him do the same thing on Fracture. That weapon has way too much value on his hands. Bryce now wants to find hits, but he might just find his own body to tap the ground with that trade from Sube.
Thank you for your service.
Quick
You're
trade.
welcome. Thank you for your service.
We're doing this.
Protocol, by the way, I need that. It's clean.
Pretty sick, huh?
Pretty sick.
Yeah.
I was just waiting for it in my night market. Yo, my night market has been crap for the past 4 months.
I feel you.
It's
I feel
4
you.
months.
I feel like the first few night markets, they really debated us, you know, giving us all the goodies.
Yeah, exactly.
But in the past few night markets, they've just been giving us...
Because the more bundles that Riot releases, then of course the more sub-optimal guns show up. But you know what's not sub-optimal is that 100% the Ares here. Frosty is doing exactly what Shinsei would do, which is to push out like this. But he commands the space a little better.
How did Bryce not get him there?
I have no idea. He's
he had a sheriff. Okay.
Yeah. Pop! There's high. There's pop on his head. This really just boom, bam, bop. Bada boom. That's 2 now. 3 we make it for LVR. Commanding one for Todak. And this is bonus weapons for Todak, just like this.
But the fact that LVR forced up in the last round, it causes them to actually, you know, go for this eco here rather than having decent weapons. Shots here coming in from Maduka, taking down Maxi to 3 HP, and oh my goodness, both times he tries to cross his own cage, it just does not work out. Reverie by himself, single sheriff in his hands, does manage to get the spike down, so that's definitely going to bolster the economy of LVR. But at the point where there's everybody around the corner, it's not just Frosties, but it's a Duka picking up the shorty. It's tough. 11-4, man.
Was that his own shorty or Frosty just popped one to him? Because Aduka is known for holding shorties too. But at this case, it's really just commanding. Like, you don't just go into a game and choosing your shorties as your secondaries unless you're choosing to play really, really close angles.
Especially if you're a Killjoy. You don't...
Yeah.
I mean, I guess if you're defending, if they're coming towards you, yeah, maybe. It's a possibility.
But Aduka usually shows up really, really good on the Killjoy. His track record has been absolutely amazing on that. Even though he's being chilling, he's 8, 10, and 6. Most of the time, by the way, he actually sits at the bottom, if not at the top. There's usually no in between. But the fact that he sits on the bottom is usually because Frosty and Kale just goes crazy.
Yeah, and he's usually like lurking, being the sentinel, anchoring the site, so can't really do much in that situation. But nonetheless, if they ever need him to pop off, we know for a fact that he is still definitely going to be ready for any sort of action.
True. We're missing on LVR now, even though that Toda never pushed out hard from A, but LVR, they need objectives. And right now, they're still sort of defaulting. They made their way onto past Rubble already at this point. Push up on this link. The door is gone, so can make it a B if they want to, but there's 2 holding down B. Where do they want to go? Look at Todak's setup. Killjoy utils on A, 2 holding down B, waiting for anyone to come in to C, and that's, you know, just G can just hold out and play post plant. There's no rush. LVR has so much math to kind of make, and a lot of time needs to be considered before they
Toda,
come in.
looking at the utilities, Sube, he still has all of his utilities. He's got 2 flashpoints, the fault line to work with, and the aftershock. So a retake is definitely doable here. Jeed is going to be good for 1. Instantly traded out. Got hit by that relay bolt, so he's not going to be able to do much. But oh, Frosty's getting a little bit overzealous with that peak. 14 seconds left here, and they have to go in for this. They have to get that spike down in time. But the fact that the aftershock is still available here from Sube, should be able to close things out here. But oh, they're just running it down on towards this site. cleaning things up. 1 HP on towards the Duca, just full on chaos as Toda come in for the super quick retake.
He is 1 damage off lethal and not dead. Please end you need to end yourself with an aftershock. That was way too disgusting. I don't even think that we might even see the 5 from LVR here. The gun rounds, they aren't working out. The ecos, they can't even get on site to get this plant perfectly. You know what I'm saying? Like the second half just looking very dominant for Toda, especially what we saw on Split. So now with the rifles out, the potential last round, half shields, some utilities can't be bought. LVR is a little bit troublesome.
Half shields all the way. Definitely going to be a tall order here for LVR to catch back up. 8 match points for the side of Toda, and look at this, the movement is just impeccable. Okay.
Where's Frosty looking?
I don't even know. Yeah, trying to play anti-flash, but there we go. That's a great start to counter the aggression from Toda.
Yep.
Aftershock straight towards a rubble, so it denies any sort of...
it wasn't even an aftershock, it was actually the smokes, because Frosty didn't know where he was, and the aftershock clipped him. So that's amazing to watch. And right now, they're getting down the numbers, 1 by 1. It's exactly what I mentioned. Early in the round, like past 10, 20 seconds, they need to find a kill or 2 before they can consider what's next. But if Todak denies them those pickoffs, LVR is usually very, very lost.
Yeah, definitely. At this time around, they not only pick up 1 or 2, but 3 kills. Massive, massive damage here to Toda. But to do this every single round for the next 8 rounds, it's definitely going to be difficult for LVR. They have to play it slow. They have to respect Aduka and G. These 2 players are phenomenal when it comes to their aim, their retakes. They have the information on where G's playing. He's been scanned by that recon as well.
30 seconds left.
But that's 1 person. Aduka somehow making his way now towards that A stairs. Will he find an opening here on towards Shinsei? He does. 1 more just around the corner. Spots out Reverie, has the information, but look at the firing squad that they have just for Aduka to try and take him out. Goes for the wide swing, and he's going to be good for 1. 1 versus 3.
More, yeah, I would say he's good for 2 so far. But G...
he doesn't have the Nebula here to help him out. If he could have got the Nebula on towards the spike, maybe a Ninja Defuse could have come in, but at this point,
he's running towards them so they know he's there. They just want to get some more frags, but unfortunately the wide swing from Maxine, not doing too well. Guys, this is not deja vu, right? Because we are 5-12, okay? They, like you said, can close this. We saw the comeback yesterday with Hey Yakiniku. But one can hope, because Toda right now is potential series point already. Potential.
Potential for the next 7 rounds. They've got to not... LVR cannot make a single mistake for the next 7 rounds, and that's going to be difficult, especially with the aggression from the side of Toda. But they seem to have found an answer to that. Never mind! The judge comes in. Such beauty. Aftershocks left, right, and center, but look at this. LVR is just finding the opening picks, finding the fights, and they're able to, once again, take down 3 members.
Yeah, it's always those people managing to take command of angles first, and who gets first peek into the kill, in which where Frosty's landed only 1 with the judge. He should have gotten 2, but I guess the reactions from LVR are a little bit stronger. Then they only lose Bryce. And that's pretty good, because 4 versus 2, that means that LVR can take their time and split Todak to the widest of possibles before committing to a site.
Yeah, but taking down Bryce, though, the controller, it's definitely going to be a little bit more difficult for them to make their way on towards the site, as they are open angles. But you can see Toda playing it very passively, not trying to go for these peaks, just waiting for the spike to get planted. I'm not sure if they're looking to go in for a save here. Or...
This is just good for LVR. Just let them, I guess. And potentially also final buy round for Todak, I think. I didn't check their creds. But just LVR needs to replicate this a bit more. If they bring it up to 7-12 because of the next eco round, that will be great. It's just 5 more rounds to try to close it out. Seems that Todak are very comfortable with this save.
Yeah, they got 3.8 on towards Frosties and Kale here. So they can definitely buy up for themselves. But Sube not looking too good alongside Jeed with here in terms of money. So well, they just have to go for the save if they want to bring out rifles, full-on rifles for the next round. Massive counter here. LVR has found the counter to Todak's aggression towards Rubble, and they're making it work every single time. For the past 2 rounds, it's been working.
I like how you said they found an answer for Todak's aggression with Rubble despite Todak defending. Because yes, Todak do manage to push a couple of times with Frosty with that quick updraft and a tailwind, literally just behind Rubble, straight up. Now, they know it's dire. They are the one calling this timeout. And it's the first one we've seen this season. Sorry, this series. Season? My God.
Question mark.
That's a big question mark.
This time around, though, maybe Toda might look to play a bit more passive. You can see the amount of ultimates that they have. They got the Cosmic Divide, Sube with the Rolling Thunder, Aduka with a Lockdown. So they might play this very passive, allow LVR to take that site and just use those 3 ultimates to come in for the retake to close things out. That's my prediction.
Jeet with a
But it's Toda, so they might just run in and just go crazy.
Cosmic Divide.
No.
Dude, that came out once, man, during a Paper X cast when I did it. I was laughing my ass off. I'm so sorry. But he wasn't playing Astra, but his teammate was. I think, yeah, that was Aaron playing it. So, okay.
The controller, yes.
We do have the rounds that's coming back in here. Not to say that LVR doesn't have anything up their kits. Like, they do have really strong ultimates in their own rights. There's the Rolling Thunder, potential 1 more point for Reverie to have the Hunter's Fury, which can easily hold down the post plant without compromising themselves. But if you look at a bank, like LVR is pretty good, but it's not like this bank's going to carry on, right? This is a really match point for Toda. Every round has to be flawless.
There's a different setup here coming in from Toda. They've put 2 members towards 3 and 2 towards that A main.
2 towards 3.
2 towards 3.
Goes to 4. What's that for? Oh my God!
2 plus 3 is 5.
2 plus 3 is... No, 2 plus 2 is 5. Oh gosh.
Oh no.
Please go back to school. I'm just kidding.
Save me.
We are casters for a reason because we are not good at math.
No, just you.
no,
Just you.
me. You are part of me.
Oh no.
Okay. Jokes. This is what we talked about, right?
My goodness. What a play. They do manage to find one, but they trade each other out with the Aftershock. And things aren't looking good here for Toda, as once again, they're in a man disadvantage. They had the right idea here to get aggressive, but Shinsei's on one, and he's looking for these heads.
It's a friendly fire. It was Sube's Aftershock that took out Frosty's.
Feels bad.
Unluckers. But that is just good for LVR once again.
Okay.
Luka has stood no chance with that ever-ready aim from Shinsei. So now they're good. They're feeling Frosty. No pun intended, I'm so sorry.
I think it's at this point where Toda should really think about, do we always have to be aggressive? We are defending. It's not working. It hasn't been working for the past 3 rounds here.
Okay, you know what? Best part is that LVR isn't exactly even waiting for them. They're actually also charging head on. That they are winning the gunfight. So something needs to be changed here. If they want to get out at flank, I would recommend B. Like Aduka's always had this this alarm bot up at B and leaving it completely empty. Of course, I understand you gotta take priority in protecting A and C. But you already know that LVR doesn't really push out B that much. So why not try to just, peek out a little bit sometimes? Okay. Although not like endangering yourself. And then maybe get some information. Push things up.
Right there.
Walking now towards the C site. All 5 players here from LVR. It's just going to be a massive burst. Jeed is by himself. There is the overdrive being popped and instantly just going to come in for the retake. Aduka does have the lockdown to use towards Waterfall here if need be. Nonetheless, it's going to be a 5v5 retake. And the amount of utility that they have, especially since the fault line is here, the flashpoints as well to work with, they are just ready and waiting.
Oh man, the flash came out a little bit too early, I think, before the door even came out. They know Reveries up there. He's trying to play for the anti-flank, but LVR's got a couple. Aduka only manages to trade one, but it's a 4 versus 3. They're about to head in here. The timing of the flash is perfect, but Jeet is faster on that.
Now there is 30 HP left as the remaining members of Toda will start to wipe LVR.
Oh, the Cosmic Divide comes in as well. He can't shoot through it. He doesn't have shock darts to work. If he has to force his way up, he has to push in towards the members of Toda. And just a beautiful round to close out this series 2-0. Toda take the W.
Absolutely amazing play, although dropping a couple of did I say maps? I'm sorry. The rounds to LVR, but still amazing play nonetheless. It took them a little bit of time before they adapted to what LVR was about to do, but they had the round deficit to work with. You know, they had the advantages, they had the time to read, and LVR, everything was against their own clock.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just that last round, it was looking so good for LVR. You know, they've made their way on towards site. They've got this the spike down, the utility used from Sube, along with Kale from the rotating doors was perfect, but they actually got caught out themselves. But nonetheless, once G was able to close things out, come in for that retake alongside Aduka, it was just difficult to hold. And that Cosmic Divide really just shut off any sort of attempt. But Toda here, they make things work with a quick 2-0.
I think Jeet really showed up this round. I mean, not talking about we don't talk enough about his enabling, but his smokes has always been on point, right? It's not usually very default smokes, but it creates really weird angles for LVR to maneuver around, and that's how usually Todak is able to come up on top, and he gets to survive at this final end, in which where you know, this is 3 versus 1. Not to say like the Cosmic Divide was even necessary, but it's really for good measure at that point. Some members of Toda usually very low. Shinsei got a bit more firepower. I've seen it in this round compared to Split, but ultimately still not enough.
Yeah, definitely. But man, that was a fun series to watch. You know, LVR, they started showing some signs of life a little bit too late in towards this series. Split wasn't looking too great for them, but they started to work together as a team. The chemistry and the synergy started building up towards the later stages of this map. And nonetheless, just unfortunate here. And tough one, but LVR, I'm sure they're still in a pretty sweet spot here in the top 6 anyway. So
yeah. But does that mean they are secure top 6 at this point?
Now, what was the standings earlier? I think they were 3-3.
The standings were
4 now.
They were on the 5th. Like they were 2-4. So now they would be 3-4. Yes.
Is that Toda or is that LVR?
We're talking about Todak.
Oh, Toda.
LVR would be tied with Todak right now, if anything, because Louvre was 3-3. Now they're 3-4. So Todak was 2-4. Now they're 3-4.
Okay.
So they're actually tied for now. But the thing is that remember the tiebreaker, the metric. Yeah. So there will be a couple of heads-to-heads to look up against, and at least for now, Todak would be up 1 against Louvre, I think. We need to see how Kizuna performs first.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
If there's a tiebreaker between LVR and Toda, Toda will win it out because of this head-to-head matchup right here. Toda was able to win out this series against LVR, so they're technically on top. But just imagine if Kizuna and Yakiniku win their games in the next 2 days.
Oh my
There's a
god.
4-way tiebreaker.
That is literally for people for day 4 to break it down, because I'm so glad I'm not casting. There's so much map involved. Once again, your MVP here would be Frosty's 2 MVPs in a row already. Extremely deserving, although I feel like the team has been really credited for putting him up, you know. The kind of mess that we see on Rubble and Root most of the time, like, it's just basically gun fiesta.
Yeah, not only is he confident in the way he uses his firepower, but he's also confident in the abilities that's used from his teammates to set him up, to get him into these positions that are almost impossible to get to if you're playing by yourself. You know, difficult stuff. Toda has just been incredible to watch in this past few weeks. And LVR now, they are
we will see
5th place.
That is so, but later at the end of the day, we will show the updated standings. But you already know that they've already played 7 games. Okay, both Todak and LVR. They have only 1 game left to go.
I think 7 is...
No, we're 8. There's 8 teams, right?
8 teams, but they play each other once, so they can't play themselves.
They can't play them.
So 7 games.
I'm trolling. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
Oh
math,
my
man.
god.
Get back to school.
Dude, this is proof. Like, this is proof. I'm terrible at math. But that is going to come out next for you later. Okay, I am so sorry. But it is a banger of a match. There is no game 3 that was going to be Ascent if we were to see one. But what a game it was.
Yeah,
and we will...
series.
Look, we are literally going to set up for Enigma and Kizuna.
Yeah, Enigma, Kizuna right after this, guys. We're going to go for a short break. So make sure you guys come back after this. See ya.
destroyed, but Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them. Are you
Each round, only one of them's been. Oh my god!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
Kinda like see that, but oh my god, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has to call for taken.
Welcome back, ladies and gents. This is the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1, and we've got one of the last 2 days remaining here for these teams to battle it out to keep their standings here in the top 6. I'm FaZe, alongside with me is Xenoviper. We're going to be your casters here for the final series of today.
Yeah, we moved through that pretty quickly of Todak and LVR. So the people that are in, well, kind of danger of relegation will be between Enigma, Kizuna, and was it LVR now, I think?
In danger of relegation would
Sorry, not
be...
Enigma, because Enigma is top 4.
Yeah.
My mistake. But right now, we do have the series between Enigma and Kizuna. Kizuna pulled off its same place yesterday, as we see.
Yep.
I want to see them replicate the same thing against Enigma. Is one of the top runners right now in the round robins.
It's definitely going to be tough, man. Enigma has only lost once, so they're definitely a massive team to really be up against. One of the invited teams here, an org from South Asia, just coming in hot to pick up these Malaysian Singapore players to bring in towards this VALORANT Challengers. But this is it right here. Bleed alongside Enigma with the top dogs. X10 and Toda looking very strong as well in recent forms, but right now the bottom 4 is what we have to look at as well. LVR, Yakiniku, Kizuna, Esports, and Team Path. I don't think Team Path has any sort of
Comeback potential anymore in the round robins.
Definitely not, but nonetheless, Kizuna and Yakiniku right now. The next 2 days for these two teams are definitely going to be important. Kizuna, they're playing their last final matchup against Enigma. Tomorrow, Yakiniku is going to be going up against either X10 or Bleed. But man, it's tough here for these the 6 and 7 place, because they need that W to secure that top 6 position. But they're up against Titans.
Okay, so here's the thing. Shout out Koldan, by the way, up and coming caster in Singapore itself. He's already brought a kind of like a table standing to kind of show us like what happens if, let's say, if Kizuna doesn't beat Enigma, they will actually be eliminated. It is confirmed. So there is no tiebreakers when it comes to that because Toda already took on LVR. We already know that, right?
Yeah.
So all in all that matters, this would be the most defining game ever in their life.
They need this W. Yeah, definitely. It's tough, going up against the likes of Enigma, where they've got some insane players and great coaching staff here behind them as well. They are just definitely on form all the time. They know exactly how to adapt to different kind of situations, whether they're down and none or they've got a post plant that they need to really secure. But they just have every single bit of experience that anyone could ask for in a team. I
mean, the team consists of so many no-namers. Everyone's been asking, when do no-namers play? 3 out of 5 players are in here. That's one thing. That's Riza as well, one of our ex-Kingsman players, is showing so much prominence in his individual gunplay. But it's just that Kizuna went up against so many Titans early on. That's why they were kind of lagging behind in terms of the scoreline. But I think, all in all, they are still one of the more like high-playing, high-potential teams to make it to the top 6, and I personally will be quite disappointed if they, be relegated.
Yeah, definitely. These guys are insane. We saw them up against the likes of Yakiniku yesterday, and the game could have gone. The series could have gone either way. There was an overtime, there was map 3s, and it was just 9-3 curses all around the board here for these maps. But nonetheless, Yakiniku yesterday was able to take that W over Kizuna Esports, so that puts them in a tough spot here, and that makes this game super important. And Enigma Gaming here right now, the doctor is not going to be playing. We're actually going to have the coach Arten, Divine, Frey, Styron, and Zan. Arten, he hasn't been playing competitive in a while, but yes, he's the coach, but man, has this guy been a devil here up against Toda yesterday. They were just insane and on form. Fantastic plays, man.
Wait, Arten's the coach?
If I'm not mistaken, he's the coach.
I got different information, but guess what? You need to get that aligned.
What's your information?
For Enigma Gaming, Coach is okay. Sorry, that's manager. We do not have coach information here, so that's Enigma. Okay, that would be very interesting if he decides to step in because he's been playing the past day. I'm not sure if it's 2 series now. But
I think this is the second series we're going to be watching him play.
second series with him, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But he has been incredible. We saw him play yesterday. He's been getting those multi-frags when needed. And Artin is not a new player that's come into the scene. He was here initially for the first ever VCT in MYSG. He was one of the top dogs, you know, so he has the experience when it comes to competitive play. He's got the big brain coaching skills, and that's caused Enigma to come all the way here towards the top of the standing.
Smoker from what I remember too, especially. So, I mean, that's it. This is now your Kizuna lineup. Potentially maybe your last time seeing them if they don't show up. Okay, when I say show up hot, they need to be the sun. They need to be blazing. Okay. Oh man, Kizuna is, I won't say like danger of relegation is one thing, but if anything at all, the players who are supporting them, I'm sure they have earned their spot to be easily one of the round robin's top 4, top 5 favorites, I guess. You know, not in terms of performance. I had this talk yesterday with, not yesterday, but I think it was with Sir Cloud at the time. Like, this competition has been more fierce than ever because of the experience of people playing Valorant for over 3 years now.
Yeah.
So this variant of round robins competition, toughest there. That's why I always give it up to Team Path, who was able to go head-to-head with the Titans and steal maps off them. But Kizuna was just really unfortunate going up against these like really big Titan teams. Not to say Enigma Gaming is formidable by any chance. They can still drop maps, but I don't know if they can drop a series.
Yeah, definitely. It's tough. It's a massive hill to climb for the side of Kizuna, but right now we've got the head-to-head. The initiator here for both these two teams. We got Styron, in my opinion, one of my favorite players here when it comes to Enigma. He's just so cool, calm, and collected. His recon darts coming at the perfect time when it comes to retakes, and he is the clutch king. 219 ACS, 1.8 KDA, average kills of 17.4, and a headshot percentage of 26.6 is some incredible numbers you have to watch out for.
Pretty sharper on that. You can see 37% headshot, but it's not really like rigged numbers, but that averages to like what, 1 out of 3 shots is a headshot, right? But if anything about Styron, the reason why is he is always in the fray, no pun intended, but he's always in there. And whenever I see the kill feed, it's him popping off 2, 3 most of the time.
Always the multi-kills.
Yeah, Shun is different. Like, I feel like Shun opens a lot of the times and then gets traded out in the end by his teammates. So there's a bit of difference in their play style, and that kind of shows in their average kills per round. 2 extra per round is actually quite a lot, you know. But the ACS still kind of matches each other around roughly like what, 9.5. That's differential that could be negated.
Yeah, and Sean was actually a very a big part of the team Kizuna up against the likes of Heiakiniku. They were down 12-5. Sean was able to clutch out at least 2 or 3 rounds to bring them to OT and to actually allow Kizuna to win that series against Heiakiniku. So just he himself has a little bit of clutch king ice in his veins kind of blood. So it's gonna be incredibly fun to watch these two teams play. But now it comes down to the map vetoes. I'm telling you right now.
Comes in, you know, runs in the family, I'd say, for some people, you know. But okay, are we back to some normalcy? I hope. Maybe we won't get to see Haven today at all.
It's a possibility. Icebox is actually going to be picked up, and that's a massive W here for EG. These guys are insane at this map. They did lose to LVR 16-14 in OT, but they've picked this twice, and they really like this this map here. They've got some skills here. But Kizuna picking up Ascent, their favorite map. Kizuna has picked this map 5 times. This is going to be the 6th time they've actually picked Ascent here for their main map. But little did you know, Enigma actually has a 100% win rate in Ascent.
Wait, Enigma has 100% win rate?
They haven't lost a single Ascent game.
Okay, so
in
yes, you are right.
In this series, in this tournament, yeah.
And they also banned out Haven themselves because that is actually their weakest map. They have played 2 games and actually lost it. So they banned up themselves. Lotus Pro, God bless, we are going to Fracture for Decider. I can't believe it. I'm actually relieved to see Fracture. It's come down to this.
Okay, Decider map, Fracture. We see Enigma, they really like to choose Fracture. They're similar to Toda. So yesterday we saw Toda versus Enigma. They didn't really bring it out because also Toda likes to play Fracture. Super aggressive. They decided to ban it out. But they have chosen Fracture twice, and they have done really well.
Wait, choose Fracture as in a map too? Because this is for Decider.
This
That means that
as a map pick.
As a map pick.
Yes. So what happened was from the side of Kizuna, they actually won Fracture up against the likes of X10.
Okay.
So they've got some experience here.
But Enigma is also 100% win rate on Fracture.
Yeah, so I don't know. But Kizuna beat X10. X10 is a big team. So, you know, it could go either way. But
I don't know if you followed the first half of like the Valorant Challengers League, NYSG. There was literally a trifecta. It's like for example, alright. So Enigma beats Kizuna, Kizuna is able to beat X10, X10 is able to beat Enigma. It's that there.
You don't know who's the best out of all those three.
It's so weird, right? So that here is like, believe it or not, production actually has got some statistics for us. This is Enigma's map wins and losses total. We were talking just a bit, where Ascent actually is 100%.
Yeah, definitely. And moving down to Fracture 2-0, they've got that 100% win rate there as well. And, you know, it's they are just insane. They have such a wide variety of maps here. You know, if Ascent gets banned out, they still have Pearl, they still got Icebox, they still have Fracture. So as a team, relatively very all-round here in terms of map picks.
Are you bold enough to say that they might just be the new Bleed, potentially?
Hey, it's a possibility. These guys are definitely there, backed up by a decent org.
That's right. Now with all these outside orgs that's coming to Malaysia, Singapore region and picking up potential players, that's X10. One of the top performers in NYSG right now. That's Enigma, top 2 right now in NYSG. There goes all our players, man, because we are going to the big guns, and they will stand a very good chance not to just see APAC in the Ascension Leagues, but potentially even the world later.
Definitely. If this is the Kizuna map pool right here, they got Ascent being picked 5 times. This is going to be their 6th time. And they've got a 40% win rate. They're super confident in their ability to play here, but every time, well, 40% of the time, they've been able to win it.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they got a decent track record here on towards Haven and Pearl, where they've got a 50% win rate. But Icebox, Lotus, and Fracture, Icebox and Lotus is 0%. Fracture, they've won only 1 game, so we can't really base much decisions on this. But they did beat X10, so there's that.
Okay, so I mean, you're gonna start off with Icebox as one of the maybe their weaker maps. That's okay. But it's only if they win their second map. Right now, I'm just all for them to win their own respective maps. And if there's an upset that can happen, Kizuna steals that away. You know, I haven't seen, at least personally, an upset from myself in quite a while since the Path incident. You had the opportunity to cast yesterday's game of Kizuna.
Yeah.
That's why you saw that, you know. But that was Hey Yakiniku's one. Kizuna manages to take that, and that's why they kind of inch themselves up a little bit safer. They just need to replicate it one more time.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, every time Kizuna looks like they're down, they always have the ability to pull themselves, put them back on their feet, and really just take it 1 round at a time. We saw 8 rounds in a row for Kizuna yesterday up against the likes of Hey Yakiniku, where Hey Yakiniku was on 12-5. They win 7 points in a row, force OT. They win out the first round of OT and just went all the way out. But this is right here, the agent lineups here, and this is the first time we're going to be seeing Harbor being picked.
Oh my god, please.
Both these 2 teams. And this is what I like. Instead of bringing in the Sage, just like we see in Lock-In in Brazil, they bring in the Harbor. They use his Q ability, that little orb that you have to break through it to make it dissipate. They throw it down, they go for the plant inside that safe smoke, and they just fall back and play the lineup.
It's kind of like almost a similar like a wall, right? The amount of time it takes to like shoot that. So when you actually expose yourself, first of all, are we seeing a mirror matchup? It was.
I think it was.
There was Killjoys, there were Jets I saw.
They had the Sovas as well. A lot of lineup agents. I think this might just be very well a mirror matchup here.
So basically, I always said that Harbor is kind of like a pseudo Viper, in which way it achieves the same function. So that's why you need a secondary smoker with that. Sorry, Viper and Harbor being the secondary, and you need a primary smoker. But on a map like Icebox, you can actually get away with 2 Viper-like walls, and the best part about Harbor's wall, it is rechargeable.
That's
you know
true.
what I'm saying? And it has some slows. At the best, a lot of people don't talk about this enough, but there is, I think, was it his Cascade? That's his C, right? To push in, he has 2 charges. Okay, so it acts like a permanent flash for a very long time, because it will push whoever's in front of you all the way back if they don't want to risk being slowed. But there is one counter to that, which is flashes. No one on both of these teams has flashes.
Yeah, that's true. But even if they did, like, the fact that his cascade slows down players trying to move through it, it really kind of counters that flash through, because by the time you flash through, you walk through, you're slowed down, and you know, maybe the flash effect is already like dissipated, and they're able to kind of counter that. But nonetheless, a very strong wall, a lot of utility used for both these two teams, and I love just having Harbor finally showcasing himself in not just...
I really think it's just finding its way into the meta game. I'll be taking a little bit too long. It's kind of like the resurgence of Phoenix. You only seen it twice, being picked up by Shinsei, and that's about it. Now if Harbor in with Zan, enable him just a bit to shoot out. That is a dink to the head. The second one finds him though.
Unfortunately, he takes a dink from one, and then the second player just comes in and takes his head out. And that's Zan the man. We've seen Zan do some incredible plays on that jet. Lots of damage done here on towards DXN. I'm surprised he hasn't fallen back or fallen down from this position, because one bullet is all it's going to take, and they're definitely going to have the crosshair here on towards him. Shan going to be able to take down Artem, who's lurking towards middle.
That's
a 3v5 now.
Jet gone, Artem gone like this. June finally takes the fall after being dropping for so long. But there's so many people so low on EG's side. The running gun is real, even though the cross from Styrone is enough to take him out. So it is 2-on-2 situation. This retake is looking strong. Blaring a goated controller in his own right. We've seen him take rounds where it's nigh impossible.
Yeah, this guy's a clutch king. We definitely have to watch out for him. But Divine is here to enter back in towards his own cove, make his way out of there. And that's the setup that they like to do. Put the cove up here in towards the top of Ness, get the plant down, and just fall back as a team. We're going to be seeing this so much throughout the map. Kimmy finds one, looking for the second. He pushes up, but Frey will be quick enough. But that was so close. Would have been definitely possible here for Kimmy. Man.
That was a world. Just a one headshot from that ghost enough to take him out. Kimmy had the right idea. Caught Riza unsuspecting. But the issue is Kimmy's just a bit stronger on that. Oh man. Starting off strong already for EG. When Kizuna could have stolen that one. I wouldn't feel a little bit too bad. I think Kizuna still played that pretty well, considering of the opening shots from Shun. I think that took out Zan earlier on. Or was it someone else? Yeah.
Zan got taken out a little bit too early there. He wasn't able to really get that much space here for his team. And look at this, the high tides all across this A site. You just can't see anything, but just beautiful.
Dude, that high tide,
it's high.
It reaches above pipes.
It really do be high, man.
What? It do be high?
My goodness. Just a very strong ability to counter the aggression. This time around, though, Enigma, they find an opening here. Riza is down and out. No more Harbor, no more utility being used for his side, but they're somehow just finding these opening frags with ease.
The cross from both sides on the 410 makes it a short work for EG to push in straight there. Once again, this is High Tide, that is high. Fucking up screens here. Oh gosh, he do be high. Dabu die. And look who died. That is flaring, and Zan on top with a triple there. He's out to cook it, even though Styrone steals it out. We don't want this to be fast, man, but EG commanding all 5 members alive.
Definitely a flawless round indeed here coming in from Enigma. And when you start seeing Zan in that minds, in that mode of just hunting and looking for kills, he is going to be scary here all throughout this series. And he's definitely going to be a player that we need to watch out for. Nonetheless, that's going to be 2-0. Enigma going to be moving on towards that bonus round. Well, Kizuna will be able to buy up all the rifles that they need. However, half armor, light shields here against these Spectres that might be very detrimental. Cascade pushing up now. I love the use of this Cascade.
The XN has not popped his tailwind anything at all.
Goodness.
And they rushed in like this. What is Kizuna thinking?
I don't know about that.
I don't know. That's not something that should have happened.
They had the right idea. They pushed the Cascade out towards short so they can push it out. But the dash was not popped up. There was no way for him to escape. I guess he didn't expect the push from Enigma so quickly towards that right side of A main. And just got caught off guard, caught with his pants down.
This is completely unfortunate. Where were the kills happening? I cannot follow. Happening there at last kill mid, I guess. That's Dan living with an inch of health left. 4 members once again alive. I don't know. I want to defer. I don't think Kizuna had the right idea to push out that mid, because if they knew they wanted to commit with that cascade, he would have popped that tailwind.
Exactly. Or
So,
maybe he could have
miscommunication happened there, I think.
made his way on top of pipes as well, so they could have set a player to on the height advantage, one player down below. So
You could play pipes as well, taking ropes, right?
Exactly. So it's a bit different.
We could always ponder, but now we just know that I would say EG's push out towards A is just relatively strong, and they can switch it up if they really want to, but at this point it's just like as a concession. They don't really need to do that.
Slow and steady now. They know for a fact that Kizuna is down to those weak buys, so they have to watch out all these little crooks and crannies, these corners that they have to clear out, because these close range weapons, these close quarter combat is definitely going to be very dangerous for Enigma to take.
It's still traded though, so it's not like DXN got out and get it a value trade. So this is fast clearance from Zan, make it easy. And we know Zan's performance himself. Not even talking about Enigma gaming, we just talk about Zan. Goes crazy, flaring through that, finds Divine. Was it a smoke kill?
Yeah, through the high tide.
Oh yeah.
Beautiful stuff here. 3 versus 4. Decent effort coming in from Kimmy and Flaring, trying to find those opening frags towards Yellow. But the fact that these guys still have the Vandals in their hands, playing in that tough position, Yellow, it's not easy to deal with any of these players. Just trying to come in, trying to go for this retake.
Flank address, and all you need is just 2 members left from Enigma's side to take Kizuna. Wow, with a capital W, what is going on with our fast few rounds early on in the series? Literally, we go 0-4, 1-4, you know, during the split round with Toda earlier on, right? Hot damn, instant timeout, which means that you know that they need to discuss. I think after trailing, you know, they commit those rifles with no shields. DXN didn't even have creds to purchase any cloudburst, any outdrafts. He committed a shield and he committed Vandals. The rest of the team followed suit too. Everyone was only half shields, right? So there was a game plan. They need a game plan here because right now they're extremely scattered.
Yeah, definitely. They keep trying to go for these aggressive plays, try to go for this information peaks, but it just never works out for them because the way Enigma is playing is a sort of a little bit of an aggressive default. They don't go ham. They don't go in too quickly. They wait it out just a couple of seconds before they actually come out to peak.
So there's a passive default and an aggressive default?
I mean, there's a default where you want to take control straight away. There's a possibility of you going up towards rafters, towards belt, coming out towards the left side of A main to take control of course, this side of the map.
Then let me prompt you. If there's an aggressive default and a passive default, which is the default?
Default is...
You may not need to answer that. This is just food for thought.
Default is just passive default, I guess.
Right here.
You know, you might be right.
My mind has been blown.
As per FaZe, our amazing colorcaster here on desk, giving us the insight that we need, but still has his mind blown by stupid questions by yours truly, Xeno Viper. We are in a Zan. He's going ham. Lands that one already. That was the reckoning to try to push everyone outside there. Even though Flaring, he finds one. He's still strong, but Divine will trade.
He had the stinger to start off this round, and he's picked up a Vandal with ease. Beautiful stuff. The Cove is down. The Spike is down as well. Everybody just falls back towards Belt. That is difficult. This retake is going to be tough, especially since your own Harbor, Kizuna's Harbor, is not there.
Flaring is best, even though he tried his best to hold it down. Divine so low, they can't finish the job. Enigma Gaming is another breed altogether. With right now, Arthur is coming in straight up from the flank up at mid. 3 members left alive. EG is beyond commanding. They are starting to roll.
I love Styron, but at the same time, watching Divine play with his aim is just fantastic. This is my first time seeing him on Harbor. He usually plays the initiator role with KO, maybe a little bit of breach, but mostly he mains KO, and the flashes that he has is just phenomenal. The way he sets up his team is just so perfect. But this time around, he's on Harbor. He has to play a little bit more passive. You know, his aim is just so on point every single time.
Food for thought here is if Ritza can survive this, if he backs down out. You see the cascade is up, which kind of defies physics because they are in Iceland. it needs to be frozen, but the water is still going on. This is another one out, and Shun finds some styro.
Great pick.
Okay, this is just straight up an out pick. Not to say that he had information, right? He's just fired a couple in the garage and finds one. Now, with this man is disadvantage for EG side, Kizuna with only eco weapons.
This is not too shabby. I was a bit worried if Kizuna... Oh, hold on a second. I can't talk now. They're just going in here. Zan comes in, tries to get aggressive, but look at this. The half buys, the upgraded pistols, and the Spectres are just working out for the side of Kizuna. And some signs of life here as they're looking to pick up their first round in this series.
I've never seen that before, but Zan 100% overheated there.
A little bit too much to ask for, but it's Arten. The man himself, the coach, the man with the experience, but the triple peak coming in hot. A thrifty round indeed here for the side of Kizuna. They pick up 3 rifles there.
Give me with the stimmy. He's not playing Brimstone. He just ran in, get 4 peek out on the last person left alive there. Yeah, one more question. If Zan wanted to overheat going to Snowman, the Cloudburst should have just covered at least to the part of Snowman, right? But he left that gap. He saw someone just peek through, got his weapon out a little bit too late, and then he just paid with his life. Usually he gets away with it, but that's where I say you need the punish. And here he was punished.
Yeah, definitely.
He's going to address that.
In the team video of Enigma, the doctor himself said that they like Zan because he was aggressive, he's sharp, and at the same time he's also not responsible, but what's the word I'm looking for? He doesn't overpeak. You know, this time around, he just proves me wrong. Proves everyone wrong. He proves the doctor wrong. He would be disappointed.
Well, I guess doctor did leave the doctor's note.
He did.
On what to take down.
The note was not read.
Ignored. What's that called in current terms? Read? Read by ignore. I don't know. I'm sorry. Deviating a little bit. Where is Flaring getting these kills? All right, SBN 410. That's quick kills, even though Enigma will instantly trade out this fast. Like, it doesn't seem that Kizuna can hold the man advantage for long most of the times, because every Enigma Gaming members have at least one cross or the second pick in time.
Definitely. I mean, Flaring picking up those 2 frags, wonderful, but just how quick was Enigma able to come in for the trade? You know, the positioning there for both these 2 players, Shun and Flaring, you can see one was towards the back of sight, one was towards elbow. Very easy positions to kind of extract yourself from. And now Enigma looking to make their way back in towards his site. Kimmy does have the lockdown to work with, but I don't think he knows how close these players are at this point.
That is not a default plan, is that? Anyway, can't really see it because the Nanoswarm didn't actually really connect, but DXN is out here.
Look at the trigger discipline. It's beautiful from DXN. Such plays. The triple kill coming in with that quick flank from the man, DXN.
The man, the Dawn, and he made magic. You need to understand that Zan was already out of the picture straight up first, right? So even though Enigma tried to play out the timer, Kimi was already playing so close. He just signaled to them, waiting for the sound cue. Imagine if it was 30 seconds, sorry, if it was at least even 3 seconds late for them to come in, they wouldn't have actually, DXN wouldn't have actually gotten that flank in time. A lot of timing issues there could be considered, and Kizuna played that one down to a T.
Yeah, and the fact that Frey was still alive, you know, there was no, it was too far away from his turret. So, well, DXN just had free enterings here, free tickets to the A main show.
I just want a ticket to a show. Get it?
No.
Man is deprived of a good show so far. DXN!
Oh! So I thought he was gonna shoot. I thought he even shot there, but Zan, just incredible with the mobility, the movement, and the shots all together, an all-round player.
It's just a disarm from the tailwind. You know the disarm is like extra long compared to an updraft.
So damn long.
So holy damn when Zan pushed the issue, and right now Shun also adjust with a double peak with Divine. This is just a good tag team with Zan. Yes, 5 members still alive there. Operator in the hand of Styron, giving it to him. Zan is super low, that's why they switch weapons. Yeah. But trusting in his one-shot, one-kill potential, that is the... he was 6 HP, alright? He was 6 HP.
We take those. They do manage to take down one, but there's just no way they can come in here for this retake as, well, the numbers advantage is not here in their favor. The Viper Spit could be popped to try and come in for this, but maybe if they had one more player alive, To make this a 3v4 retake, that would have gone a different way. Nonetheless, a save coming in from the likes of Kizuna, and that's 6 points for Enigma Gaming.
What's with this 2-6? No 4s earlier on. I don't want to call this even a deja vu, but that seems to be the name of the game. I know 2 is for February, but 6 is for what? I know 6 is for the 6th day of the week, which is Saturday. Unless you count Sunday as the first day of the week.
And today is Saturday.
Today is Saturday.
Is it Saturday?
Is it Illuminati confirmed?
Quite possibly.
Quite possibly, yeah. I like it.
Round number 9 now, ladies and gents. Here we've got 3 different ultimates in the hands of Enigma. They've got the Reckoning on Divine, they've got the Viper's Pit on Arton, and the Blade Storm on Zan. And that just knows, you know for a fact when you hear that noise, Zan is going to be looking to get aggressive. Zan wants to find these picks. He's been doing so well taking control of B-Long.
You know, the unfortunate part is that DXN and his gang literally pushed out A the right way this time and found no one. So this is where now the Reckoning is used for the side of B, albeit very, very deep. Don't think that's not get too much value, but it is still enough to push Kizuna back just a bit.
Beautiful.
And should overextends with that, even though we get one beautiful opening. But yes, since the Viper's Pit was also committed by Arton, but they need to
flaring actually.
Right.
This is the Kizuna's Viper's Pit.
Oh, this is Kizuna's Viper's Pit?
Yeah, so they fall back. They can't really do anything about this. And look at the positioning from Arton already in towards this A site, just cutting off any sort of rotations. He knows it's clear. He hears the footsteps from DXN, so he has the information that there is one rafter. If he can find this pick, it's definitely free real estate.
Oh no, do they not know that DXN is poised and ready? Just count it down with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 moment. There we go. Arton is pushed up. But even though he paid with his life, they saved the rest of his teammates from that operator. And this is where now Zan can go sexy, go crazy.
Yeah, I think I feel bad there. DXN probably had no clue and was probably super surprised that he got taken out by Arton there. Spike is down. They still have Frey available. They've got Styron with the shock darts. Just beautiful stuff here from Zan to hold down the cross and shut down this A-site retake from Kizuna. Every single time they're at a man disadvantage to try and go for this retake. And it just really forces them in a very difficult position, especially when Zan is on one. 13 kills, 5 deaths.
I don't know if you looked at Zan's cam. It's literally 10 FPS. Somebody get this man an HD camera so that we can see him move in 60 FPS.
That's true.
Because that man was cracked at that. He even got a shock of his life as he landed the final few bullets. His pre-fire was perfect. Not to say that he needed that because he had the ultimate team behind him to cover. Kizuna, you can tell that they are very, very trying. But Enigma Gaming just always one-upping them every single round.
100% win rate, if I'm not mistaken, for Enigma on Icebox, isn't it?
That is correct. And
0% win rate for Kizuna here.
50% to be exact.
50?
Yes.
We take those.
We take those. 1 win, 1 loss. The 1 was against Hey Yakiniku. Yesterday, was it? Wait, was it Yakiniku? I don't remember.
No.
That was some time ago. Let's
look at
just come
flaring,
back.
just going ham towards yellow. 3K, he's playing with the angle so perfectly, but Divine is just sharper. He picks up 2, and it's a 2 versus 3.
Damn, the jiggle peek from Divine.
He's just so clean with his movement. The way his crosshairs pointed is just fantastic. This time around, though, they are the team with the man disadvantage. They still have the Cove, so if they want to go for a safe plant, they can definitely do so, but they need to find one more opening. They need to find one more pick. They need to get the 1v1 to thin down the numbers from the side of the defense. But KZ is just not giving anything.
It's important to
30
remember
seconds
that
left.
DXN still has all utils available, including his Tailwind, so he never committed anything on the A side there.
Oh?
What? Frey had
Okay.
an operator? While we were talking that, I guess we just missed it. But there's one on flag.
Hold on a minute.
Right on the head of DXN. You will love to see that as PB last address coming in from orange area. Yikers. What just happened? There were 3. There was 3 alive for Kizuna, and EG swept that.
They found those 1v1s so beautifully. Flaring did so well here. Playing towards yellow, picking up 3 kills. Divine, however, was able to counter that, pick up 2 kills of his own. And somehow Frey was just able to find those opening picks with that operator slowly lurking up towards side, taking down Riza at first. It definitely shocked them. And just did not expect that sort of aggression. That sort of contact play was just perfect from Enigma.
Man, Kizuna, another one taken from them. It's got to be a fused Batman. But Enigma Gaming, lovely gameplay coming from them. Not only they trust in their the numbers remaining, but they knew how to adapt with the communication. Yeah. They not only got the plant down, but they also clutched the round just like this. Amazing, amazing stuff. With Frey on the operator, I don't know if Kizuna saw that coming. I definitely didn't see that coming.
Oh, man. They had a very strong push up towards this A site. Frey does just get these trades back and forth. It's even now. We have 3v3. Styron finds flaring as well towards B. So that might call for the rotation here. Indeed it does. Enigma instantly falling back towards that B site. But look at this quick rotation, quick thinking from Kizuna. Already rotating instantly here. Do they even expect this? No, they don't. Shun finds Styron. They thin down the numbers, and the Hunter's Fury is still available here in the hands of Shun.
That's a good diff, and instantly you call the Hunter's Fury. It comes out but doesn't clip. That's okay. He dodges it like a boss, but still falls in the end. Triple for Shun, like you said. Zan still wants to play yellow, but the Cove and the wall looking like to drop very, very soon here. He is being tagged, but he's still very healthy. Down to this 1v2 situation.
No
Zan,
way.
he's got one already, and Shun is tagged just down. One bullet on him.
No way. Zan the man. The young gunner coming in with that 1 versus 2, jumping top of yellow, taking down the player Nest, and just finding those... I wouldn't relatively say it was a 1v1, but that smoke really just didn't give Shun the vision that he needed. He was just far back enough yellow where Shun couldn't see his head, and he just swings in at the perfect timing.
Who let him cook? That was the main question was being asked in chat yesterday, every single time. Who the hell let him cook? Who gave him the stove? God damn. That was every single man advantage that Kizuna had, Enigma Gaming had turned the tables every single time. And I feel like Kizuna has enough of this.
Oh my goodness. This guy, he doesn't need his team to assist him. He just finds the opening picks by himself. You know, there's Toda, Frosties, who's has the help of his teammates with the flashes, with the concussors and all that. But Zan, when he's on form, he just comes in, he just wins out the duels almost, what, 90-80% of the time.
Dude, here's the thing. While most of the showings here are of Zan, but you really see clearly that there are other times that Divine and Frey can show up when they need to here. But this is really not a one-man show for Enigma Gaming. Everyone in that team is just cracked.
Oof. The Reckoning comes in at the perfect timing to deny the plant from Enigma. It's a 4v5. They get 2 players here scanned, so they've got a little bit more information that they are still around this area.
That is a goated gun buddy, by the way, in case you bought the bunny this year. But the cow still reigns supreme.
Yeah, I like the cow because it's just...
It's angry.
Yeah, it's angry.
It's round, like that's what people overlook most of the time. Well, that is Reckoning and also the Nanostorm to clear a generator, in which no one is there. Riza has a good positioning here. One tap, and that's your Guardian, but instantly trade. That's how fast Enigma Gaming does this. But they're in, once again. This wall doing so much work. It lasts so long.
Arton looking to pop this. He does manage to get the Viper's Pit down, but oh man. Frey with that operator. You don't see a Killjoy with the op that often, but Frey is just making things work with ease. Arton now trying to find some opening picks. Last 2 remaining players from Kizuna actually making their way towards Elbow. He does have the information. But now, look at what's going on. Styron still has double shock darts to work with. And Arton just comes in so beautiful with that flank. Oh my goodness, playing with them, toying with them. Shun does find them, but I don't think there's going to be enough time here.
Yeah, that's it. And Styron also gets a bonus kill. Okay, he gave his life in the meantime, but everyone dies. And we end the first half. What a lead. That's 2-10 for Enigma Gaming, where 3 rounds should have gone towards Kizuna. The individual plays, sometimes the highlights we see from Kizuna, they are warranted, they are worth it, but still, the firepower from Enigma Gaming will eclipse Kizuna's plays any day.
Definitely, Kizuna can come up with all the strats that they need, but when everyone on Enigma Gaming is just hitting the shots, winning out these gunfights,
Yeah, you know what? That's actually right. They are just hitting shots, right?
What can you do?
It's nothing too complicated. It's literally just gun duels. There was not a lot of planning technically required. You just move in, you clear necessary angles, and then you win gun duels. That's it. It was never a complex movement.
And whenever Kizuna gets the man advantage, they take down 1 or 2 players. Enigma Gaming, the rest of the team is there to instantly come in for the trade and to just assist the team. So they're just sticking together like a SWAT team. They make it look so easy, but look at this. Kizuna making their way on towards this A site. There is a little bit of information, but look at the 4 players now trying to go for this rotation. They have flaring, kind of looking, kind of lurking. But then, it's tough, but I don't know. Flaring might just be in a very delayed position, but he's there. He's the lineup player, so there should be no problem. But I just looked at the abilities. He does not actually have any snake bites.
No snake bites. That also means that they are trustful guns here. Divine is setting up.
So ready. Great stuff here. The retake is now on the way. Enigma trying their best to just win out these fights, and they do every single time. Cascade comes in towards Elbow, and they have this position. They know where he's at, but the slow is just proven too powerful, and that's going to be an easy pickup by Divine to pick up double digits.
That was double digits.
Oh, that was already double digits.
Already early on.
11.
Because we are on second half pistol rounds.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know if you can hear this snaps, but it's like, it's going. You know, it's going. It's always the team with the deficit rounds, they're on single digits. And I'm not talking anything past 6 or 7. You know? That was Todak against Louvre earlier on. Ended relatively quickly when we protracted a game 3. Never saw that.
Oh, 13-5 in the first game, 13-7 for the second. So it's...
We're going, and we are going ham. No bacon, just ham. Sorry.
Nothing above 7.
Nothing above 7. 7 is my lucky number.
Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Even better shot there by Kimi. Beautiful angle by Zan, but he just instantly deleted it. Look at this. He's just walking in. DXN dashes in towards the site. A quick shot there from Styron. And it's just a massacre here as the shock darts reign supreme towards site. A second shock dart kill coming in from Styron. He's only saw 1 player. He's taken down 3.
You know what? I told you already when he... when he showed up, it's not to say like everyone of Enigma Gaming needs to overshadow each other, but they're just so good. I'm just watching like an actual ranked game coming before our eyes, and look at this player, he doesn't check there.
Oh my goodness. Fantastic clutch from Flaring. Trigger discipline.
He never thought about the knife at all. He just wanted the correct information from where the last 2 people were. Gets 1 flick, micro flicks to the other, you know, and it's a good spray transfer.
Yeah, Shun able to take down Divine as well. So that really just simultaneously the whole team of Enigma just fell to pieces. But that was a massive play, massive trigger discipline, and just great game sense from Flaring to find those last 2 remaining frags.
3-11, and that means you need to win 9 rounds to even talk about getting a chance. As long as Enigma Gaming is not match point, Kizuna feels like they should keep trying. But it is a very tall task. What's taller than a tall task? Well, I think Kizuna may be a different beast on attack. Show that DXN can also take objectives, and he might be in the wall, a little bit problematic. There's 1 generator. If they don't clear that, they could be in a lot of trouble.
Riza just finds an open Styron. Unfortunate there, and there we go. Look at the signs of life coming in from Kizuna. This is exactly what we want to see here. They are down, but they're not out just yet. This was the team that was able to bring 8 rounds in a row versus Hey Yakiniku yesterday. Can they pull that same sort of same sort of game today?
Same sort of game, but the thing is that like even though Hey Yakiniku won the series yesterday, but it's a good performance, you know. Here, really, at this point, since we know that Kizuna is also on the danger of being relegated, it's not to say they don't have a chance at all. They just need to play the next top 2 winners of the open qualifiers of Split 2 in order for them to get a chance to be seeded in top 8 again in Split 2. So they made their debut, trust me, and I feel that there's a lot of lessons to be learned, not just for
Definitely.
Kizuna, but for everyone, right?
Yep.
And that just means that they just have to wait and see who's the other teams that they have to play against for another chance at the top 8.
Yeah, just come back stronger for any of these teams that do fall down to the relegation. But nonetheless, they definitely have a lot of lessons to be learned for sure. Look at that wide swing from Kimmy. He does manage to take down one. Instant trade, however. Flaring gets himself in a little bit of a pickle. He has to go for the peek, but look at Frey, just so clean. He's got the assistance of that turret as well. Arcton will get traded out. Frey still in towards his kitchen, trying to find that 1v1 up against the likes of DXN. He finds it, but misses the head barely.
Wow. I don't know whether it's really like aim diff or just movements from Enigma that is so good. Like they just can't be shot sometimes, you know? And I want to just echo off a little bit. They are in the pickle if you don't get the pick. Yeah, now they do. This is where DXN just gets out. A good recovery, gets a third one for him. And it's only one man left standing. It's Styron. He clutches this out before, but these walls are absolutely annoying from Riza.
Definitely, time is ticking as well. He decides to just get his booty out of there. There's no way he's going to go in for this one. And that's going to be 2 rounds in a row for Kizuna. Signs of life is what we like to see. Definitely doable here. Styron does manage to recover the operator. We'll bring it in towards the next round, and we'll see whether or not Zan can find the opening pick here. Oh. Hold on a second.
It's not even on Zan. The operator
He's gonna
on
keep it.
Styron. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Frey's pretty insane with the operator. We haven't seen Styron. But I guess he's confident. He's the one with the armor. The rest of his team is on broken buys, so they're just gonna have this, they need to take that single orb towards A main so they can activate the Blade Storm for the side of Zan. But I like this. They roll. Oh,
Straight scan.
okay.
Now that would
Did
be
they take it?
redemption. It is not a stop though.
So smart there. Great pre-placed shock darts from Shun. They know for a fact that he's one away, so they instantly put the shock darts out. However, this time around, Zan was able to take it anyway.
The team as a unit literally helped him secure that. I respect it. But now they have to be concerned of this operator from Styron.
Oh?
Yo, Kizuna is actually pretty good at dodging this so far. And the best part is that Styron never got scanned, so they don't know where Styron is playing.
Slow and steady here in round number 17. If Enigma were to win this, they would be on match point. The fact that they have a very broken weapons here, not broken, but very, dodgy weapons. But oh my goodness. Kimmy takes down the counterpart, takes down Frey with that Bucky. Unfortunately, was not able to connect that many shots here on towards him. And look at this, Zan just coming in hot with the Blade Storm straight in towards the Cove. Drops the spike.
He had 10 angles to look at for, after the first kill, and I don't fault him for that. But this is now Kizuna looking strong for this post plant. But even though 3 versus 3, make that a 3 versus 2 because Snowman caught that Styron down.
Yeah, Divine was able to take down Kimmy lurking towards middle, towards Boiler. Picked up an operator, but DXN just finding these kills over and over again, looking so agile on this Jet.
The recovery is Divine strong here. They might just be able to clutch this out. No, maybe
the
not.
Reckoning was used as well.
Oh, Lord. That push in. Kizuna, the comeback might just happen. Some people were saying they need to pull a yakiniku yesterday. Ooh, the barbecue power is in effect. How many rounds have they denied Enigma Gaming this match point? It's been a while now. Since
4 rounds in a row.
That is 4 rounds in a row. If I was Enigma, I'd call this timeout.
Enigma still has some breathing room to work with, but I think to be safe, you're right. A timeout should be called to deny any sort of momentum here from Kizuna. They've already had momentum here on their side. They've got 4 different ultimates that can easily assist them into making their way on towards site, and that's Divine already taken out. DXN has just been playing lights out in the past 4 or 5 rounds and just keeping his team alive, always finding those picks.
He's the pure mechanic in the organism, and that is of Kizuna, right? Like he's the grind that goes on. He's the energy. He is the...
Mitochondria.
Thank you. I was looking for that word. But instantly found out Zan's movement to try to get away from DXN earlier was successful. That's not how he returns the kill back to a 4 versus 4. Unfortunately though, since DXN is gone, it will be harder to get on site. Yes, they do have a drone and maybe some walls, and it will be just have to be a bomb rush most of the time.
Well, definitely, they do have a lot of utility to assist them in towards this. Oh, but look at that. Just beautiful stuff from Shun. Perfect placement with that Hunter's Fury to catch out Artin. Put him in such a tough spot. Cove comes out. Viper's Pit as well. This should be a quick and easy round unless... Oh, Frey tried to be the hero. Frey tried to find an opening in towards this retake, but just instantly shut down by flaring. Great spatial awareness here by him. And Shun will shut down Zan as well. 5 rounds in a row here for Kizuna.
Damn.
And Enigma is going to be very worried now.
Shun committed that spray, and I respect it. Can I just shout out that Kizuna played that very well as a team off each other, even though the Viper's Pit dropped, and that was also maybe a contributing factor in the round taken. But it's also flaring. He's top fragging now as probably almost as expected. Like
it's flaring, man.
DXN wasn't enabled much during the first half, but now he's racking up the kills a bit. Might take over very soon.
Yeah, but flaring has always been a very strong player. He's always been getting those frags when need be. He's been the clutch master here for the side of Kizuna, and he's always just finding multi-kills round after round. This time around, round 19, round 19, Artin actually going to be able to find DXN here. They commit the lockdown on towards his A site. They will fall back to come in for this retake, but look at the amount of weapons that they have on Enigma. It's not good. 3 Sheriffs, a Classic, and a Marshal on Artin. They have the Viper's Pit and the lockdown, and they do manage to invest it here just to make Kizuna fall back.
This will push everyone back, like you said, at least all the way back up to L. That is true playing there. Is there any lineup for that whatsoever though? It is planted from Nest. One scanner that's defined.
Oh my
up close.
goodness.
Ray makes shot with that. Zan is so low. He's 7 HP and he's pushing the issue. And he manages to take out Risa. It's already half. Arthur will commit. The Spike Diffuser is gone because of that lineup.
Way.
They still managed to take this round away from Kizuna after the chaos from Nest.
3 Sheriffs, a single Classic on towards Zan, who just found a perfect timing on Riza, reloading his Vandal, and he was just able to just tap him down. The rest of the team just pushed up. Frey to find that opening frag on towards Shun, where he was towards Belt, was just beautiful, and that was just the opening for Enigma to just get up towards Belt. What a retake. A very, 5-10% possibility of that actually happening.
Dude, 5-10% does not exist in the books
of
Enigma Gaming. They make those into a 20-30% at best. Those are not high numbers, but in reality, it's impactful. The number of people remaining, how they use the...
Wow.
Zed never plays there. And now he did. He just got rewarded with a kill.
DXN dashes here towards the top of the site here. Frayed, however, picks down 2. Just slowly and steadily, they shut down Kizuna, looking to close things out. 13-7 once again. See you later, Alligator. We'll see you next game on towards Ascent. And what a round that was. What a game for Enigma.
What a showing, okay? It's not just game, but yes, please, somebody get Zan a 60 FPS camera, because that kid deserves so much more, display on him. That he's such a little happy kid, and whenever he gets those kills. But damn, I say that Kizuna put up a really good showing on the second half. Very, very respectable. Could have even brought it to that overtime if the first half wasn't that far apart, I think. So you could probably even tell maybe it was a side diff. Maybe Kizuna is naturally also good at attacking, but it matters that like Enigma's gaming, not only movements but shots were a par above Kizuna.
Yeah, I mean, when it mattered, there's just 3 players on the side of Enigma who's just been perfect here, just on form. It was Zan, Frey, Divine. I mean, we'll also bring in Star on here. Might as well we bring in the whole team. Everybody was on form with their shots. They were just able to connect and really just shut down anything.
It was, the first half is like, Kimmy getting mad shots there as well as as surprisingly just Zan and Divine, right? Then second half, Kazik flaring, Sunny showed up, then DXM was enabled, but at that point it was already too late because yes, you can make mistakes, but it's, you know, it's not very devastating compared to like what Kizuna has dropped in the first half. So Enigma Gaming has that space to experiment, take some time to read Kizuna a bit, and come up with contingencies.
Yeah, I think if Kizuna were able to bring in a little bit more rounds in the first half, it would have been a closer matchup. You know, losing 10-2 in the first half, not exactly what you need. But because Kizuna, they were so good on the attacking side. They were just winning round after round. They had the momentum in their hands. But, you know, it's Enigma. They're a team with a lot of experience. They're just able to win out those rounds where you have a disadvantage. And maybe it's not just the man disadvantage, but also the weapon disadvantage.
True. But sometimes they make those eco weapons really work out. Like we saw Guardians make really crispy shots. The Sheriffs get close range one taps. But the issue is that, you know, sometimes the dynamic between the momentums doesn't shift heavily as what it's supposed to most of the time after they get those kills. Most of the time, the eco round ends in it being a loss. I think I've only maybe seen 150. I think the map stats were out. I just wasn't watching it, but still a very, very good showing, like at least for Kizuna. Today's games, at least what it shows is that it doesn't mean that the teams dropping rounds are bad at all. Like if you look at their individual round play, they are still commendable, they are respectable. But the issue is, it's who gets to 13 first. One team has to get to 13 first, but that doesn't discount the performance of the other games. And, you know, right now Kizuna is really going up against one of the Titans, and in which where this is a Titan of himself. Small little boy that just got his age verified in time for VCT. He got his birthday, you know, same month as me, and this guy is a monster in a child.
Monster in this little kid's body is just insane. 354 ACS, 24 kills. You know, that's the beauty of still being young. You have that reaction time, and you have the just the skill and the ability to play all night. You know, I'm old. We're old. We can't be playing all night. We have headaches after 2-3 games. You know.
Yeah.
So,
my grain is your grain. Dude, we can't play as much, and I can't mechanically train myself enough these days. Like, you've got FPS background. By the way, I don't. Like, this is my first FPS showing, and trust me, mechanical skills are hard. Okay?
Crazy. And Zan definitely has that talent in him. Guys, we're going to go for a quick break before we move on to the second map after this. It's going to be Ascent. We'll see you guys after this.
Hi guys, I'm from Enigma Gaming. The org is based in India and it's founded by Aryaman Wasan. They just recently ventured into the MYG scene and we're lucky enough to get picked up by them. We will do our best to win the challenges and qualify to Ascension. I'm the doctor from Enigma Gaming. I'm the IGL for the team. I play the controller for the team. Fun fact about my in-game name, the doctor, I'm actually not a doctor. I got the name from a MotoGP racer which I admired a lot and I've stuck with it since. Although I'm not a doctor, but my aim is as precise as a surgeon. I would like to introduce one of my teammates, Tyron. He's the main initiator of the team. He creates space with his utilities. For me, he's a very smart player. He makes split second decision for the team, which helps us in and out of the game. Next up, I would like to introduce Zen. He is our main duelist of the team. He is our star player. He is very young, very mechanically gifted, but also very disciplined, despite his role of a duelist that needs to open up space for the team. Next up, I would like to introduce Frey. He's the sentinel of our team. He's a very good sentinel because he is very, very good at finding those 1v1s and winning those. He's the jokester of the team because he's very straightforward. Lastly, I would like to introduce Divine. He's the flex player of the team. He is quite a perfectionist in and out of the game. This helps us execute with his flawless utility usage and trading capabilities. Although there are some respectable teams and players out there, we are not afraid of any of them. I want my team to be remembered as one of the greatest that ever touched the game. We would like to thank all the fans around the world, especially those from India. We wish that you would continue to support us as we carry the Enigma banner into the MYSG region.
destroyed, but everyone has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them! Are you
Each round, only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
So that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
behind and retaliates too, but he has to cross.
Once again, you are watching the VALORANT Challenges Malaysia Singapore Split 1. This is week 4, day number 2. It is day number 2. No, day number 3. Holy crap, we have only one more day left before the league is officially over. My name is Zeno Viper, and of course, beside me, the amazing FaZe. Today's game is completely blitzing through right now. We are already in the last game of the series, unless Kizuna need to force game 3.
Yeah, definitely. We're moving on towards Ascent. It's Kizuna's map pick, and they love this map. They've picked this map like six times now. This is going to be the 6th time they're playing Ascent, but they have about a 40% win rate, if I'm not mistaken. 67%
yes.
win rate. So, you know, they're decent, but in this tournament so far, Enigma, they've had a 100% win rate. Every single time they've went up against teams on Ascent, whether it's Bleed, X10, LVR, they'll win out this map right here. So it's going to be a very tall order for us for the side of Kizuna. They have the experience. They definitely know how all these different strats and setups that they have. They can make it work, but right now it's all down to the mental game. The fact that you are down one map, you have to really take this 5, 6, 10 minute break to regain all of your composure and to just, you know, take it one step at a time here in towards Ascent.
It really is one step at a time. I'm just saying that they are in danger of relegation, but not just yet, because we need to see how Yakiniku also performs, right? Whereas tomorrow. So that's it. In case you guys missed the first game too, that was Todak against LVR. Toda got a clean sweep for the 2-0, so it increased their chances to be part of top 6.
Yep.
But if you also missed it already, you already know that regardless of what the outcome here, Enigma is already qualified, Bleed is already qualified. Who else is up there? X10 as well?
Yep.
Right? Yeah, so Path, we don't get to see them anymore. That's just really sad. It's just a 3-way between Yakiniku, Todak. No, not really Toda, right? Yakiniku, Louvre, and Kizuna.
Yeah. Something along those lines. It's very tight. We'll only get to confirm all this tomorrow.
We get to see the final standings before the day ends.
So, like, tomorrow is the final day for these teams to really just bring out their all and to get as many W's as they can to stay alive as the top 6. But nonetheless, we need to see how today pans out before we move on tomorrow. You know, Toda has already kind of solidified their position so far, the top 6. But if Kizuna were to be able to win this one out somehow, you know, they have to dig their way out of this. Hey, Yakiniku tomorrow up against another Titan. If they're also able to beat those guys, then it's going to be a different story. You know, there's a lot of
nuances to kind of really discuss, because while there are teams that are favored against one, it's not really a true outcome until the game presents itself on this big screen.
Yeah.
So there were discussions for the Todak and LVR one. Now you know, back then, if LVR actually took that, then maybe Todak will be up for relegation. But now Todak already won that, so they might be a bit safe. Okay, this is literally every team that we're casting right now. That one of them are in dire danger.
Yeah, definitely. And the fact that Toda were able to win it out, all they can do now is to just watch from the sideline. You know, that's their final game. Today was their final game.
Yes.
They just have to watch now and see if the teams down under him manage to succeed to take over the spot, or will they falter up against these Titans. That's the story here for these next 2 days. This today and tomorrow.
We're done. We're almost done with leagues. I can't believe it. That's playoffs in March 8 to 12, 8 to 13. I can't remember that. But it's full 5 days, and I'm sure you guys will be there to kind of like support your top 6. You know, even if you're bottom 2 up for relegation, it's definitely nothing to be scorned at, nothing to be scoffed about as well. Because if your players are established, that's where auras come in. That's where opportunities come in. That's where Team Path got their exposure, despite not being secure a top 6 anymore.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm sure they won a lot of our hearts. I'm sure a lot of these players have won all of our hearts, whether you're from Malaysia or Singapore region in general.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, just insane names all across the board. New names from the side of Team Path, bringing in very young players as well. But when they brought in Toggle, yeah, I love watching Toggle play. Ever since the first ever VCT, he's always been a force to be reckoned with. To add a bit more firepower in towards Team Path, it's starting to show a little bit as we progress throughout the weeks. But maybe for the next split,
I
It'll
think
be
I
better.
know you talk about next split, right? I think it will be crazy with the number of people signing up for split 2 already. The competition will be all-time high. So the moment you break out of open qualifiers, you already know what you're gonna face next.
Yeah, definitely.
On the standings. So.
And just to get through open qualifiers, that's already
Yeah.
a tall task to compete against. But yeah, it's going to be so much fun. I can't wait looking forward to Split 2.
Looking forward to Split 2 in MYSG in general. You know what? Let's just take it up a fair. I'm looking forward to Ascension as well.
That is true. So if you guys don't know, the registrations are open for Split number 2. So there should be a link in towards the chat where the bot will just randomly push out the link for you guys to register.
Yep.
You know, whether you're a player now or an aspiring player to be, might as well give it a try, join in, get the experience you can as a team, and slowly work your way up.
You know what? You never lose, by the way. The moment you participate in a competitive environment, everyone's a winner.
Yeah.
Because being honed in a high octane level setting forces your brain to think fast. You know, it works well even outside of games. I'm not sure why I'm talking about this, but I just need you guys to know that gaming abilities actually work really well in real life to transition those soft skills into your work, into your studies. Your brainstorming gets better, your communication gets better, you know, your, I don't know, sometimes you may just find life a bit more fun.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even if it doesn't apply there, you at least have that little hobby that you have at the side, after you finish work, play the game, and you're good to go. But now, we are talking about the game Ascent here. Map number 2, Kizuna needs to stay alive here, up against the Titans Enigma Gaming. This is the agent picks, ladies and gents. Let's see what these two teams bring out.
Oh, the reason why I love Ascent is due to the variety of agents that can actually take the place of the individual roles. You can see almost nothing here except a mirror. Frey decides to actually go for a Cypher. This is very rare because Frey usually goes for a Killjoy, right? Kimi, however, I think he's always been on the Cypher for Ascent. Yeah, so pretty much the same kind of agents I would expect for Ascent here, besides the two smokers being different. Some people really do prefer the Omen over a Killjoy, but I think naturally there's more synergy with Astra's Gravity Well and Concuss. Things with the likes of Killjoy, Nano Swarms, Toxics. I mean, there's a Viper, right? Chalk Dust, I don't know where Sova kind of lies in this current meta game because they are initiators that have better impact in that sense, but nothing beats a reliable info as a drone.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
The duration is way too low. I hate it.
Yeah, I mean, I prefer over any initiator to have that Sova because, you can scan one side of the map from the other, especially with that recon.
So
there's all these different sort of lineups, and especially on Ascent where it's such a open area.
There's a sky. There's an actual sky.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you're probably going to be seeing a couple of recon balls just flying here across the map. But nonetheless, ladies and gents, here we go.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, they are ready.
Cheese.
Team Spirit, check. Agents, check.
You know what?
Map 2, not checked just yet.
Blazing Guns. Hotel, I can't say that. We are not sponsored.
What was the hotel?
Trivago.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Hotel California, but...
Hotel Trivago. Come on. Sorry, I know we're not sponsored, but it's just really fun to talk about it. But yes, potential do or die. The do or die was in lower caps on the first game, but in this second game, it's caps, okay? It's high caps, do or die Kizuna. They need to show up or they will play it up.
Definitely, and Enigma, the way they play on this map is just so perfect. They've got Divine on that KO, and I've mentioned this time and time again, every time Divine has KO in his hands, the flashes are just so perfect. They set it up so beautifully, and it's just so fun to watch his team just get the frags off these flashes. But nonetheless, DXN going to be making his way in towards that boat. He will get that. Oh my goodness, beautiful scan.
Onto DXN.
Oh my
Man, there's
Lord.
nothing that he could do. Anything. He made a beautiful entry, but Enigma's defense is exactly like a stronghold. Does not break, does not waver, does not lose anyone at all.
My goodness, and look at Zan. He's just so filled with excitement, the passion and the fire in his heart. Here to get the W.
Yeah.
It is there, and it shows here through that smile. Nonetheless, a flawless round to start things off. 2 frags there from Zan, 2 from Frey, and a single from Styron. And that scan, that recon bolt from him really just started things off. Zan was able to get the frag on towards DXN through that smoke with ease.
Kizuna not choosing to commit for this one, and that means full armor, full buy round next round. Enigma Gaming with only Zan trusting his Sheriff. He's putting like an Aduka. Aduka loves to not buy on a Sun despite his team buying, and he chooses to sit on that Sheriff. That's exactly what Zan is doing here. And Kizuna already made the presence start unknown onto this cat, in which way, yeah, Zan couldn't do anything against an onslaught of like 4, even though Divine might just hold them a little bit.
Question is, would it have been different if he had a Spectre?
Down A.
Divine does manage to get the trade off in terms of numbers. He actually get taken out by DXN, but the trade comes in so beautifully. And my word, this is getting a little bit closer than we expected. A 2 versus 1 now. Shun will get shut down eventually. But man,
Shun was shunned aside. That is exactly also what happened. The 2-0 early on for Icebox. Kizuna now, they choose to full save. And they actually took out, is it 1 or 2 members of Enigma? I think it was just Zan, right?
it was all down to Frey in that 1v1.
Wait, was it 1v1?
Yeah, they took down 4 members.
This is a nice spot.
4 different players from the side of Enigma now. On this
you're
bonus,
right.
have to buy up.
Okay, so that should be good for Kizuna, considering that Enigma cannot rifle up. It's the best time right now to put points on the board. That is a beautiful jet body. The UI needs to go down so we can see. Thank you very much. Okay, DXN went crazy. Icebox on offense, right? Now they're attacking first. This is the best time to put as much points on the board as possible. They're trying to rinse and repeat what happened on the first round, but he just needs to be careful to not actually get scanned.
Yeah, definitely. DXN finds a beautiful headshot angle on towards Frey. Perfect shot there. With ease, he's able to pick up the 1 player. Divine spots up, flaring towards the top of middle. Gets a couple of shots here, but unfortunately does not connect.
Yep.
So dangerous now for
Look
both
at
these two teams.
He's out! And he already signaled to his team that they know that there's an Astra over there. And the DXN is in. This time the scan came out, but he is alive. 35 HP, there will not be any heals for him.
Divine takes down flaring towards top mid.
Wait, they... Oh no.
Okay, they secure a Vandal in his hand for him.
Correct.
It's a 3v4 and they don't have the controller there.
That is due to Zan actually pinging out that Astra was there. That's why they waited for him and actually caught him out. But the issue is that the spike is planted, they don't have the right weapons and they need to get in for a defuse maybe. If they are coordinated, they can take this, but they might actually just look to save here.
Yeah, definitely. They've got that single rifle in Divine. He can definitely go for that save call. The rest of the team here wants to get in for some exit frags or die to the spike potentially, but look at this paranoia. They're just lining up for not only Arton, but also Divine. Oh my word. They take down 2. But that's going to be all she wrote here for Enigma. They take down 3 players though. So a decent amount of damage here to the economy of Kizuna.
But considering that was a successful spike plant and also a full team wipe from Enigma Gaming, I think Enigma Gaming will take this, right? Because right now they are the one that can full buy. Arton is sitting at 5,200 creds. I don't know where he's got that bang from. Who's got the ultimates up? Very close to a Nero Theft, not that it's really impactful, very situational. DXN is 1 away. And very early updraft just to check if anyone pushed up to outside from tree.
Definitely, and there's Zan trying to get aggressive, trying to find that opening pick. Look at this, the cover from DXN, just taking some pop shots to allow Kimmy to get so close towards short. It's definitely not going to allow Zan to realize what's going on. But the fact is, hold on, he finds 2. That's going to be a beautiful shot here for him. If they thin down the numbers, they've got the man advantage now for Kizuna.
If Arton wasn't there, that would be a lot of trouble, right? So this one actually keeps, well, at least Kizuna is up here, and Arton's got the really nasty angle. Oh, still only good for 1. Can't spray transfer in time. But only spray and Styron available for the retake. No ults. There is only 1 scan from Skyron coming out. He doesn't have a drone.
Yeah, look at the positioning from DXN as well. Coming in for the flank. So perfect. So beautifully. Perfect timing for him. Double headshots. Nice and easy pickings here. 2-2.
Yeah. Yeah, DXN looking happy there for sure. He's got the flank of his life and manages to secure his timing perfectly. So far, I think even some showing on Icebox, his timing is actually very good. A couple of times his flank has always netted him like 2-3 kills.
Yeah.
Yeah. If they can keep this up, they can take rounds from Enigma Gaming and potentially maybe even take the series. But you know, amount of time you need to actually do that is very, very high.
Yeah, it's difficult. But they do force Enigma in towards a dodgy buy. Got a single Bucky, 3 Sheriffs. Classic in the hands of Zan. That's about it. KZ, they know this. They have to clear out every single corner very slowly. They have to respect these weapons in the hands of Enigma. Slow and steady, they will play the default. But how will the defense be here for Enigma?
That smoke came from me, man, so they at least know that Arton is playing closer towards A. They've always tried to fake out B, not really committing sometimes, but they usually will play out timer first and then set to commit, right?
They've already got the information that A main is completely clear. So they just have to worry about short and this B side. Flashes come through, closes market door, just wraps around towards stairs. A beautiful shot from Riza to open things up. But the shorty's in the hands of this man right here. Zan takes him out, makes things work. Exactly. He's good for one, but instantly traded out. Neural theft will be popped as well.
I respect DXN for throwing his classic just to bait out a shot, and he still got pumped in the end. Oh, DXN never change. Oh, still, Enigma Gaming needs to get in close. But those weaponry, especially with Bucky on Frey, kind of a bit tough. The Sheriffs might do something though. Now the Flaring decide to thin down the numbers, and the numbers will be thin as mentioned. Oh no, Riza's pumped. All the other kids, he's pumped up kicks. You better run, you better run. They outrun his gun right now.
It's a 1v1.
No, there's got a Hunter's Fury.
Time is of the essence. He's got half already. If he wins out this gunfight, no!
Wait, my God! Frey has actually gotten his clutch!
Way!
Make them run, so they say!
The Bucky comes in supreme and just wipes out the bodies of Kizuna players throwing themselves at him. That's a throw if I've ever seen one, and Kizuna's definitely going to be kicking themselves after that.
You can't throw your bodies at them without throwing the round itself.
Goodness.
There's no other way to put this, but Kizuna physically did throw that round, trying to rush in for that after hearing the first Bucky shot. You know what I'm saying? If that was like a first info kill, that's fine, but they decided to commit to that, and it showed up insane. And you know what's more insane? Shun actually had the Hunter's Fury to keep it safe, but he decided to take the gun duel knowing that like, oh, it's just a Bucky, we can't get close, but he's got the, he got Sheriffs as well. I think he picked up one. I don't remember how he got the last kill.
My word. What a round. How will Kizuna actually recover from that throw? They've made their way on towards the side. They've done tons of damage. There we go. They find an opening on towards Arton as well. A massive member, the controller, to just cut the vision from A main. But now it's a 4v5. Bladestorm is available on towards Zan, and that's sort of the only thing that's going to be able to keep them alive.
Can we get a throw what's happening up on Heaven, please? Because
oh man, just through the bottom of hell.
Mid is clear. What's happening up on site?
That's a full-on save there. They redeemed themselves from the throw from last round.
Yeah. For all members as well alive on Kizuna, that is massive. So even though Bladestorms popped for both jets, you can clearly tell her DXN will be up alive better. Flaring 1 point away from Cosmic Divide, that will further secure them post-plants if necessary. So far,
DXN hunting. There's 2 players here. One of them has the operator. Oh, that would have been tons of value if he was able to pick up those 2.
He doesn't have any weapons, so he only does have the Bladestorm. So small risk, I'd say, but you still give the members of EG a bit of creds.
A little bit of creds and a 1 more point closer to the ultimate for Styron. Nonetheless, very back and forth game, huh?
Good. I'm not disappointed at all. Like at least this round, Kizuna is kind of showing up a little bit more on the I mean, as on offense first. We got to see an offense on Kizuna pretty late into Icebox, but at least they start off here. So the next big question is how they're going to do on defense. And they're on offense, they can put these numbers, and Enigma Gaming is tying it. So that also says something about Enigma.
Oh my goodness. Just a full-on bum rush towards A short. It does not work out here in the favor of KZ as Arton and Frey just hold things down with Divine. He got taken out earlier, and man, oh man, what a quick round that was. And that is the defense of Enigma Gaming. on this A short position. They have Divine, Frey, and Arten. They're always there and ready to react. Not only does Divine have the flash drive, but Arten has the paranoia to work with, and they just really just sandwich these players out so well as they're coming out through towards 3. They set up a 1v1 into a 2v3, and they just set up this little crossfire towards that 3 position to just kind of shred anyone from KZ to make their way towards short.
There's one thing for sure is that you cannot underestimate or undermine Enigma Gaming's defense. Yes, you can see their gunfight is really superior, but you can tell how they hold as well. You cannot disrespect that. You saw that on first round, how they tried to go into B, get punished just like that. So you can't exactly give Kizuna like an inch either, because sometimes they do take, okay, a mile is a bit of a stretch. You know, we're in Asia, a kilometer.
Kilometer indeed, and that's going to be ahead of Shun. Taken out. Down, sent 6 feet under. They have DXN in a very prominent position here, all the way towards the spawn, trying to catch any sort of rotations in towards market. So if, and he has the sound cues as well. So if anyone's trying to rotate, he has all this sort of information. But they are aware. Enigma Gaming is so aware. They even sent Zan here with the operator to clear things out. I'm sure he's definitely going to hold this for quite some time. And
Hashtag aware, that's tree. The tree is already some information being thrown out. As Kimi with that move to move through. Shot on the Divine. That is instantly addressed. The best part, Frey comes in a little bit unsuspecting. He might be able to take out Flaring. I don't see that happening so far, and Frey actually gets addressed. Never mind, Flaring is already found out from Arthur, who's playing out
flank as well.
Massive, they already know how DX has been playing, and finally punishes out. Zan whips a couple of more of the snipes, but you need to understand that Kimi was the last man standing after all. He was not sweating it anything, as he knows the team's got his back too.
Yeah, what a play there from Arten and Zan and Styron as well. I think Styron just spotted out the cape of Shun. Sorry, the cape of... just DXN trying to go for the flank. So Zan was super aware. He turned around in the nick of time and was able to take him out.
Yeah.
Decent effort here coming in from Kizuna. They won the initial fight. Kimi was able to find that opening frag on towards Divine, but just Arten in such a strong position towards A main was just able to put 3 different angles of attack.
I just wanted to see what was happening up there on tree. They were chilling there so long. They were almost staring at each other, but of course there were smokes and cages to block the views, but I wanted to see their movement. Like, what was their decision making to finally just push in like this to count them down? That's fine. All good, and that he spotted a random Zan there. I respect the I respect the melee that Zan brought out. I'm not gonna comment on it, but it's hammer time.
Definitely is. Sean actually has it as
wait,
well.
Sean has that as well? Does everyone have the same melee?
I don't know.
Please, that is disgusting.
Oh, what a flash.
Okay.
That actually allows Zan to re-peek towards middle and just clear things out.
Divine does have this now command, if anything at all. Flaring already came in there. Dude, Divine.
How does he expect that?
I don't know, aware. It's just hashtag aware, guys.
Quick flick there on towards him. Just beautiful. It is a half, upgraded pistol round here from Kizuna.
Yeah. DXN was found, but where was that? A main? No, that was not A. That was at B main.
B main, yeah.
30 seconds left.
So Shan is gone already. Rita don't even have any, not say even armor. They're gonna look to find it. Wow.
Kimi's been really performing here with his shots.
Yeah,
2 versus 4.
They haven't even retrieved weapons just yet. Okay, speaking of which, that's Riza already gotten one. That is Neuro Tap finally finding some value. Kimi, we know he's sharp sometimes. Can he recover in time? Beautiful! He's on a 4 already! Frey, right now, he needs to be man of the hour. He clutched earlier on, but Kimi has almost got the ace. He just needs to get this one ping right now, and he gets it! The first ace of today, finally! After so many 4 kills.
What a man this guy is. So sharp, the way he was able to get that shot, not only on, I think it was, who was it, the Divine possibly, in towards A main with the Sheriff, but he was also able to take down Zan, jumping around like a monkey in the air with a quick tap, and just to clutch things out with an ace.
Alright, so I got 2 upsets so far, yeah. The one got stolen by Frey and Kimi. Now this is just Cypher things, ladies and gentlemen. Your 2 Sentinels duking it out. And Kizuna steals 1 from EG. Not every day I get to say that.
Oh man, what a round that was. Just clutches here and there, back and forth. This match has been a seesaw, 5-4 now. So close yet so far. Kizuna, they had a little bit of a presence towards B main, but they decided to make their way towards this A site. Flaring has the ultimate to work with, so maybe they're going to try and plant towards the right side of A, close towards A main, in towards the right little corner where that box is at. We'll see how things pan out here, but they do have the utility to deny any sort of
This is such a hard
Defuse
cross
to
here
come in.
from Tree, right? You know, they're so ready for Kizuna now. They've always been going for A, and that's why.
Oh, this is a great spot for Kimmy here.
Is anyone there? I don't think anyone. They're kind of like just kissing, you know, so close up. So many people playing at Tree. They just need to make noise. Yes, that's on site. It's in. DXN already found 1-2, even though Divine gets one quick fast. DXN's in there alone. That's the problem. This team couldn't keep up with him, and that is where the Enigma will just rain in onto them.
But that recon from Styron just at the perfect timing. Shun does get the equalizer on towards Divine. But oh, he picks up, just goes for the peek at the wrong timing, and Frey, along with Styron, comes in with a double swing to close out this round 6-4.
Very scattered commitments, I guess, coming out from Kizuna. We know that the entry was already in, but there was no follow-ups from the rest of the team for DXN part. So that's the issue.
Man, difficult game here. It's always down to those 1v2s, 1v1s. So this game could go anybody's way.
Yes, this should.
Just crazy. Round 11 now. A very tough buy here in the hands of Kizuna. They've got a single Phantom in his hands. I'm not sure exactly why Flaring didn't commit or invest with the Cosmic Divide there. They had it for the last round. They could have used it.
To try to hold it, right? I don't know. Did they trust too much on their individual gunplay and then completely fell the other way? That's a highly possibility. And now with Zen with the operator, I wasn't sure if he had the operator last round, but now they definitely know that Zen has the operator.
His ear just got blown off by that operator. Just unfortunate.
You just say ear blown up by the operator. I know I was. Dude, that shit loud.
It is.
Wow, but DXN doesn't have the Blade Storm, so he can't make magic. And we haven't seen a null command from Riza in years.
Shot. Fantastic. Flick, that micro flick on towards DXN. The only player with the rifle is actually going to be taken out. That was Kimmy with the Phantom. The rest of these members, they've just got Sheriffs and a single classic, and they're just getting sprayed through.
Lovely cross from Frey and Styron there. That will definitely stop anyone from going through. Does not help that Kizuna doesn't have the weaponry to begin with, but they don't even have the abilities to go in. Flaring is out of stars. He only has the Cosmic Divide, which he doesn't want to commit here. It is nasty for these two guys. Those Sheriffs were singing, but let me tell you, the chorus, it wasn't reached. Too many members of EG left alive.
Last round of this half right here, 7-4. Are we looking to move to 8-4 or 7-5 here? They have the perfect amount of abilities, the beautiful rifles here in the hands of Kizuna. They've got the ultimates to make their way on towards site. Null Command alongside the Cosmic Divide. However, just even more ultimates here on
I
the side of Enigma.
I just need Enigma to just rain on them right now. We start with the Omen's ult, which basically blinds the minimap too, right? It just caused Kizuna to be in complete confusion. But the best part about this is that Riza still have not seen Null Command at all. Yes, there we go.
There it is. They have to commit it. It's the last round here of the half, and Zan is looking for an opening. He already pushes up towards the middle. Shun finds Arts in here, but look at this. Frey and Styron just holding up that A site with ease. Oh my goodness. One by one, they all fall down like dominoes. Flaring is able to take down two, but look at what's behind him. The man himself, Zan, takes them out and closes it. 8-4 here in the first half of the second map.
Switching sides.
You know what? I've personally messaged Zan myself on what ENGM means, beside his name, right? You see the tag? So it stands for Enigma Gaming. But every time, I'll just tell him, hey, Are you Englishman Zen? Are you an engineered maniac Zen? Are you? Yeah, you know what I'm saying. He's an engineered maniac. Come on, that's
It's true.
suited for him. But if you see the rest of his team, is that a plant? I'm so sorry. That was just
I missed it.
It's the hair that I was looking at. In all due respect, that looks like Saikuno. But moving back into the game, the 8-4s that we've seen so many times today already. It's not even deja vu. It's just the name of the game.
But when steady now, Kizuna, they've been known to come back when they are on the back foot. They've attempted it last map, but this is it. As you said at the start of this series, at the start of this map, it's a do or die situation.
Why not? Oh. He gets stinked out.
Beautiful shot there from TXN.
Oh, squeezing myself tight for that shot.
Straight to the head of Zan.
That's a good opening if I've ever seen one for Kizuna. They hold it down, the dash a little bit awkward. So as fast as he got the shot, the same fast he goes down.
The fact that the initiator is there might call for some information, but they don't rotate at all.
Bro, I'm getting flash in real life from Frey's camera. that man has the sun in his way. He is hot. Sorry.
Oh, great suppress. 3 suppress flash. Pop flash out towards short. Beautiful setup here by Riza. Does not expect Frey to be just around his corner. And look at the shots for alongside. Staren's also hitting it. He's got this 2v2 in lockdown, but Kimmy, he's got the ace so far, remember. So he's on one. Can he actually clutch things out? Can he close it out?
Wow, Frey already got a bit of a shot and he looks like he gets his wall back down. He runs on the bullet at the very end. A very awkward moment where Kimmy is glad to take that shot from him.
As soon as the reload came out, Kimmy's like, okay, I can take my time here. I can close this one out. And that's the second pistol round. Kizuna, they pick it up. And now they just have to slowly build momentum. They're only 3 rounds down, so this is very doable here for Kizuna to come back.
And this 3 rounds, we're not even talking about taking the game. You just need to talk about equalizing first and then push forward, right? So they need like a 3-step program. Step 1, equalize. Step 2, keep forcing Enigma into eco. Step 3, win round. You know, go
bring
to
that momentum all the way through, follow through. But now I still have to deal with these pesky players here from Enigma.
No,
Flaring takes down one, but
I respect Flaring, man. He just wants to commit to those shots when he can clearly back off. You know, like there was enough time for him to just reset, but I really just have my respect for him to commit full send.
yeah, TXN was actually able to take down the second player as well towards middle. So at this point, you know, it's a very strong Kizuna defense already set up. Drone going to be coming out, so they're going to think twice about pushing through this. But the smoke dissipates just in time. Styron takes down one, and Shun with these ghosts just putting them down in towards the dirt in the grave, and it's a 1v2. Zan has no armor to work with, so these weapons can definitely do so much damage.
Oh, DXN has so much, Riza has so much respect for him. He's back flashing him because he didn't want Zan to push out. Wow.
The fact that there's so much time still available on towards this map. Zan can definitely commit for this rotate. But Kizuna, they play it so smart. They push 2 members together to come in for the trade, so they know for a fact that he is not on this site no longer.
Left.
He can either be towards heaven, or he could have been making his way towards main. But look at this wraparound. He finds the frag on towards Kimmy. And the Phantom as well. Don't tell me he wins this one out.
I told you, man, he's built different. He's engineered, he's manufactured separately. Alternatively, sorry, I can't find my words. And it's now down to this 1 versus 1. We haven't seen Riza in clutch situations just yet. And he does make it work. Beautiful clutch from Riza.
That was a good suppress coming in from Riza, because he knows for a fact that Zan was close up and personal. The plant was there, so he was just ready for that close personal fight. Too close to call, man. I mean,
you call it that. Okay, you talk about the equalizer first. Okay, now we're done with pistols. We are talking about the real deal now. That's rifles out. You know, you look at Kizuna's scoreline. They're actually not doing too bad. Their kills are almost equalized up. Kimmy, with the exception because he aced the previous round. The rest of the side of EG, they're just tagging along based on, you know, just individual performance. Nothing too much to rank out with the team. They just find Kizuna pushing in sometimes. They get those kills. They get clutches. They get wins. Like EG's MO is easy. It's just that Kizuna can't get past first base. The first base is basically to break onto EG the first half.
Beautiful shot there from DXN. They had the double peek with Riza. Just that one tap to the face of Divine. That's the, well, one of the initiators taken out. A very important flasher as well. But look at this. They don't actually have a setup towards middle. Zan has found an opening all the way through. I'm not sure if DXN heard the drop from Styron, but he's kind of aware of this angle that he has to worry about.
Who was Flash? Oh no, what am I seeing here? Everyone's in places that they shouldn't be.
Oh my god.
And for the people who are in places they aren't supposed to be, they equally get punished at the same time.
4v3, but even with the man disadvantage, Enigma is known to really clutch this out, but there are two players in towards this B site. They should be able to hold things out with ease. They've been spotted, and look at Sean, perfect timing to just spray. Oh,
what?
Oh my goodness.
Somebody check him PC, because you know this not normally. Those 2 kills are one for the books for sure. As Kizuna just ran away with this one with so many members left alive. Riza's, after all of that, lived and survived to tell another day.
Definitely, just super aware of the plays towards middle. He was able to take down Zan earlier and just pick up that last frag. And it's 8-7. There's just a 1 round.
They are doing it, man. I don't care what anyone is saying, any doubters in the chat, but they are doing it. But I don't want to call it just yet, because Caster's Curse is actually real. Like, this could be the one where like Enigma will start getting serious, pull it away from Kizuna.
Oof. Waitstorm is out.
What? Okay, it's safe, but the amount of noise that's being made up on B main itself, up at lobby, a little bit overwhelming. Zan actually just missed getting suppressed there, so he will have his knife to continue posing a threat. In the meantime, our dear Arton has already kind of poised himself middle to see if anyone's peeking from top mid. In, of course, our vision, we know nobody's top mid, but he's got to always like consider his 50-50s. Got to look at catwalk, got to look at top mid. But that's how he relays information to his team. You know, if no one's there, maybe they're already at B.
Difficult position here for him to play, but nonetheless, he's going to be smoking this B site now, and Zan is looking to find an opening, but Frey is the one who just connects his share of shots. Here we go. This is not looking too great so far. They just allow Enigma to make their way on towards the site.
Yep.
It's a couple of sheriffs here and there. They have the Stinger as well on Divine, but the fact that they have the man advantage is dangerous. And Arton does pick up another one here. Kimmy finds one. He's still alive, so he can definitely make some damage. He's been on form. He's been finding some shots, and he's been winning out these gunfights. He had an ace earlier, so he's feeling it. Does he connect these shots? He finds a second here for him. But look at this. Just full-on paranoias here and there. A full-on crossfire setup. It's all Riza. Styron comes in from main.
I don't think we talk enough about that divine intervention. No pun intended. It came out with 2 instantly. If, let's say you were the player, you had no god vision, you can literally tell how messed up Kizuna was up at lane. Thus the paranoia from Arton, doing so much work to confuse them. And then on site, I believe that was Divine and one more person. I'm not sure if it was Frey or Styron himself.
I think
yeah. The Stingers was singing. Dude,
was.
2 kills.
And the fact that he's on top of that box and lane is just such a close range fight.
Yeah.
Very easy here for them to find these frags. It's a great angle there. But they invest two what do you call that? Updrafts. 2 updrafts here.
2 updrafts?
Yeah. Or the extent to actually make that play. Nonetheless, slow and steady and a thrifty round.
I'm just gonna say Kizuna's not happy after that round.
Definitely not.
But I won't say it's earlier to give up. They've been doing so well. Could keep trucking at it, my pals. No one's anywhere close to match point just yet. And Enigma is actually getting run just a bit by Kizuna.
To gamble for Kizuna, they stack all 5 members towards this A site. And it's just free real estate. Enigma slowly making their way in towards this B site. Get the dash in, close out that market door, and well, it's a 5v5 retake. And the positioning from Frey could very well be dangerous. If he wraps in towards market as the retake's coming in.
How does Kimmy have a Phantom again? Is he actually committing to the buy? I think he is, right?
Committing to that hero phantom play. DXN committing to that dash in towards the site as well. And man, Enigma just slowly just winning out every single gunfight.
Yeah.
Kimmy finds 2, but it's just gonna be all she wrote.
Yeah, Kimmy is having the world on his back right now. Even though on the eco round, the Phantom netted 2 kills at best. All eco weapons completely down to dust by Kizuna. Now they will have this full buy. I want to see an early now command this time around, knowing that you're going against EG at full power. It's okay if you die. Just get alt points again. Like, you have to use it. I feel like the first half, Riza held on to that a little bit too long. Just a bit, not too long. I'll say the home stretch right now is in the reach for EG. And if you're an EG fan, the closeout is very, very real. If they win Kizuna on this round, Kizuna is on eco, and that may be a very strong chance for a match point.
Definitely, it's tough here. Just trying to get some opening picks, trying to get some fights towards middle. Information was given to Kimmy as he was going for those jump spots, but he does not want to contest that once again. Nonetheless, super passive here. This is not like Kizuna that we've seen. You know, they've got Riza. They can flash in towards A main. They can try to take that A main control, but they're just super passive.
Passive is one thing, but like, where do you draw the line being passive and being respectful? You know what I'm saying? I'm talking about as Kizuna, because I know you respect Enigma for that much, but if you go to the point where you can't take initiatives, that's very dangerous. So here and out, DXN. The move with the Zan, a little bit too strong there, even though should clips it on the Siron.
Definitely down to 30 HP, and he's looking for more frags actually. Riza is aware of this, but he's just trying to look for that perfect timing. And Frey from middle, just wrapping around. They sandwich the players towards spawn, and it's all down to just a couple of players left. But Kimmy still here, alive with the Phantom, will eventually get traded out. But Frey will shut things down.
That 11-7, man. Now Kizuna on the eco, dangerously close to this series point by Eve. Oh my god, I almost said the other word. Enigma Gaming, all right. This is the Southeast Asia EG we're talking about here.
It is.
I am dangerously close, but never got there. Yes. If I had one chance, one opportunity, trust me, I wouldn't take it for this one, because I will get my butt kicked.
Definitely. I mean, that round right there, it was just beautiful setup. Zan was able to get that frag onto, get the frag in towards B. Oh, make their way. Oh my goodness, DXN. He tried to get aggressive with Riza's flash, but they're just getting mowed down.
What's happening
here.
there, I just want to see. They were concussed. They were sucked. They were shot.
Exactly.
Only Riza and DXN gone, and this is just Neuro Theft to just put salt on the wound, I guess. Shun is up, straight up. Zan is frontlining for them, and is alive. The man knows no bounds at all, and down to this 5 versus 2. It looks like it to be over. Dude, Zan is just style points at this point.
This guy's fancy. He's got that fancy feet on him, and he's got the Vandal in his hands as well. He finds the last 2 remaining players in towards his crosshair, and it just mows them down with ease. A flossless match point now for Enigma.
Yesterday, there was the last man standing. He had his Blade Storm out. He right-clicked the man in his head and then flicked away, just for good measure. The flick wasn't even necessary. It's for points.
Style.
And those points, style. All right? This player, cracked. Hotel.
Hotel Trivago.
Oh my goodness me. This timeout, is it too late? Yes. You can really, really talk about the next 5 rounds with this kind of economy going in soon for next 5, which means that every round flawless.
How clean is this guy's movement?
Dude said it's not even movement, he's up there alone. There's nobody with him. Everyone is just getting on the crate to join into heaven with him, and he just finished it all by himself.
Mechanically enhanced, this guy. What's surprising to me is Frey's actually the one top fragging with even more than 2.0 KDA. 20 kills, 9 deaths. Just incredible stuff here from him. He's been such a pain in the butt for Kizuna. Always making his way towards middle, putting himself in positions where to cut off the rotations of Kizuna in the defense. He's doing it so well that it just completely crumbles any sort of retake possibility for Kizuna here. And I think we got to give him massive, massive props.
Do or die with its ultimate caps moment. When we call it uppercase. Put all the exclamation points you want there for Kizuna, but they are having their lights out very, very soon if they do not bring this to a game 3. And that's only game 2 we're talking about. We're not even talking about the series being closed yet.
Man, this is difficult. You can see Enigma already made their way towards short. And they're looking to wrap things up here towards his A side. Zan already in towards heaven. No way in hell. Let's see get this frag. Riza is down and dusted 6 feet under. Flaring has some signs of life from A-May. He does take down both Divine and Frey. They have the information on where this man is standing, and they shut down the offense. That's the way right here.
Okay, that's the way they win rounds.
Alive.
Okay, by the way, they need to just get disgusting kills through smokes, pre-fires like crazy, and to steal rounds.
They just need Flaring to, get those multi-kills. To Kimmy to pop off as well.
See, that's the difference between thieving, burglary, and a robbery. So that's thieving, okay? Gotta be silent, like a thief in the night. Take it away from Enigma. But the thing is, they gotta do it 4 more times.
Hey, it's possible. We've seen them win 8 rounds against Yakiniku. 5 rounds the last map on Icebox. This is a easy task for Kizuna. They just gotta not make these mistakes. Flaring, he just has to fall back here. You have to respect it. As the Astra player, we need as much utility as possible,
You get there through Fracture.
Has the Cosmic Divide as well.
Don't know if we ever reached there. Look at these tripwires. Those are anti-jet tripwires to the max. Okay? But credit for Kimmy. He's been doing God's work in this game too. Flaring was on Icebox, but they just didn't manage to close out the round as much. Jun managed a couple of good kills too. DXN definitely showing up a little bit better on his offense. Going in. Zan dashing straight in here. Generator is not completely clear just yet. He's just in for the initiation. Pops on in, looking the wrong way. And Riza will find one. The trades are back and forth, literally. Bodies are falling. And it will still go for Kizuna.
Flaring once again, coming in big. Finally, he's online, and he's here to party. Always with these multi-kills. Last round, he had 2. This time around, he picked up 3. Cosmic Divide is still in his hands, so it's definitely doable here. Just one round after the other, 1 foot after the next. Can they make this work?
Yeah. The thing is, so far, they've put 1 foot in the door, and it has been successful, Like, they tested waters, it was warm, they're going for the dip. But the thing is, Enigma can definitely change the tide, if you know what I'm talking about. They have not been forced in an economic deficit that's really significant for them to be worried about. This potential 2 more rounds that Enigma can drop to KZ before being forced into the eco. We got Zan on the open.
Been tagged by that camera. Lots of information here being given. No more dash in the hands of Zan. Got a single updraft towards things out with, and Shan finds a massive pick on towards Frey.
Whereas this is coming into B side, Jordan, after the opening, but that is only a Cypher. On the offense side, they made footsteps, This is everything was so good. Zan, build different again. Divine already found one above. The rest of this whip was hit, but the team is in. Can he land the final shot for that? And yes, he will. Down on that 3 versus 2 situation right now, and the wall comes up.
Cosmic Divide, they've got the information here as well to work with. They know for a fact that Zan is playing towards this lane position. Spike will be down, and all they got to do now is kind of set up a little bit of a crossfire, I guess, towards the back of this B site.
They know they're already there, right?
2 versus 2.
Where else do they need to check?
Arton has the ultimate to work with here on Omen.
No, the recon. They need to wait for this recon.
Yeah,
I don't care what you do. You need to wait for this recon. Okay?
Does it suppress?
Doesn't really suppress, but the smoke now for Arton will come out. They need to catch for timing issue. Timing issue. Divine is up. The Divine intervention shows up once again. Triple kill. And it will be done for the series. Kizuna will drop a clean 0-2.
Definitely. 13-9. 13-7 on Icebox. They've tried their best. They were able to hold things off for quite some time, but unfortunately, the Titans, they will reign supreme for sure.
Oh my lord, what a... Okay, a mammoth of a performance is probably gonna be an understatement. Okay, like if Bleed can pull up that numbers and Enigma can do the same, what's stopping them from becoming the next NYSG Titans?
Yeah.
You know, one king up there, they can get dethroned. And so far, like every team that we've seen Enigma go up against, they were stellar. Not to take this away from Kizuna, because every single team that they go up against as well was kind of close when you look at it. Because Kizuna Esports, I believe, like I think besides LVR, they were one of the few that probably has a significant number of 3-game series.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, they really just try to bring out the most out of the enemy team. They're always one of the teams that, as you said, bring out the 3-map series, so you know that they're always down, but they're not dusted. They're always fighting their way out of this hellish position that they find themselves in.
They can bring it to the 3-game series, but the issue is they will never be able to close it out. Like there's only one game that they got a 0-2. That was actually with Bleed and Team Park, but they won Team Park. Everything else was full 3 games. So they have the tenacity and the discipline to go all out. It is just really disheartening that they can't finish.
Yeah, definitely. It's just that finish, it's that execution that they choke on, but nonetheless, this is definitely going to be a very scary team to go up against. And maybe split 2, split 3, you never know, but in the future, they definitely have a massive name for themselves, especially with this Kimmy's plays alongside Flaring as well. My word.
Very, very great display of Valorant by these two teams. It does somehow look like a, probably a high Immortal Radiant game at some point, because it really did come down to more individual gunplay rather than full coordinated execution. Sometimes they do play down the timer, that's right, but you can see these slips and cracks between both of these teams. And it's not capitalized most of the time. You just slip through. Some people are, when you go back to CT, gets kills when it's not supposed to. So a little bit messy at times, both of these teams. Not all of the rounds were clean, but when it comes down to, I keep saying this, individual gunplay, I just think Enigma Gaming's just got a better talent and also the better clutch gene, if you want to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I just love the way they played their attack there. They had Frey always coming in from middle to try to sandwich anyone, trying to rotate. It really crumbled the defense of Kizuna. But this is the MVP right here every single time. It's gotta be Zan the man. 271 ACS, 1.7 KDA, and 22 kills.
At this point, he needs to rename himself to Zan the man. Okay. 271, that's great. I think the highest we've seen is like, what, 350, something, 270
I think we had a 380 at one point.
Oh, are you serious? That is
last
disgusting.
week, yeah. It was.
Okay, but we're talking about average though. Damage per match is about 4 grand, right? 4,000 damage per match is crazy. That means this guy is not only getting initiating shots, but also finishing them. Sometimes we put duelists on this pedestal, but you really need to know that Enigma is just built a little bit different. Team coordination may be there, but individual players, they're up there. Right now, if they ever go Pacific, I want to see how they fare out with other teams.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that just shows that he's not the one that's getting that last little shot there on towards the players. He's actually starting the fights and finishing it.
Yeah.
Maybe the rest of it, maybe Styron tagged someone 120. He just comes in with the one tap to just do 30 damage. So that's so much work. Just insane stuff from Zan. So much damage, so much prowess and aggression that you have to be careful of. You have to respect as the defending team.
So here's the thing, I don't know how the tiebreakers work now. We have to see the games happening tomorrow, right? But Kizuna is in a lot of danger, okay? And then we have to look at tiebreakers. And that will be brought to you by the casters tomorrow to break this down further. But today, these are clean sweeps and also really fast ones. One more day till the leagues are done. So maybe we can just show you the standings just to have a bit of thought. Look at those ties that is happening right now on the 5th to the 7th place. That is actually Todak and Louvre, first of all, fighting for 4th and 5th place, which they might just be safe, right? So it's actually Yakiniku and Kizuna time.
Yeah, definitely. Yakiniku here. If they're able to win a game tomorrow against, I think, X10 or Bleed, I'm not sure which one, they're going to be having a 3-way tie between Toda, LVR, and Yakiniku. We're just going to have to see how these games really plan out for tomorrow. But it is just, everything is on the lines here for Yakiniku.
Last day of the week already. Seriously, I think February just kind of blitzed by real quick. just like this, even though we only have like what 3-4 day broadcast a week, you know, and after playoffs real quick, the sign-ups for Split 2 has already commenced. So I'm sure you guys have been watching some VCT lock-ins as well. You know the level of competition is much higher in those kind of regions. We at Southeast Asia, I know we've come a long way, but still we also have a long way to go to know how we stand up. We talked about Ascension first.
I just realized that even if Hey Yakiniku loses tomorrow and they go 2-5, the similar scoreline to Kizuna, head-to-head, Kizuna and Yakiniku is up.
You win, right?
Yeah.
Because of yesterday.
Yeah, so it doesn't matter if tomorrow, if Hey Yakiniku were to lose tomorrow. I think that was Kizuna's last match here.
Oh, crap. You're right. They were 2-5 already?
Wow, that feels bad there. So we're going to have to say goodbye to Paf and Kizuna here. They're going to be relegated. But nonetheless, guys, that was a fun day to cast. And unfortunately, that is my last day here on the VALORANT Challengers Malaysia Singapore Split 1. Hopefully, I'll see you guys in Split 2. FaZe alongside with me is Viper. It's been a pleasure. We'll see you guys next time.
Enemy remaining. Get out of my way. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Bam. One enemy remaining. Player standing. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. One enemy remaining. Full cast. One enemy remaining. My ultimate is ready. One enemy. One enemy remaining. Enemy tag. Enemy down. One enemy remaining. Lock in sight. Last player standing. Who? I suggest you move. One enemy remaining. Defenders win.
Blinding.
Bring them in. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Last player standing.
Silence.
One enemy remaining.
No mercy.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining. Flawless. One enemy remaining. Spike down A. Headshot.
But Devron has been seen. Hello there, but what a dodge!
Every single one of them.
Three
Are you
across
kidding
each
me?
round. Only one of them's been.
Oh
my God!
Ooh, that was really brutal.
They've actually gotten it.
What? Kind of like see that, but oh my God, not again!
Behind and retaliates still, but he has to cross. Stop it.
remaining.